What if one of history's greatest what-ifs teeters on the edge of your understanding, daring you to question everything you think you know? What if the Persian Empire, the ancient juggernaut that swept through lands like wildfire, had succeeded in its relentless quest to conquer Europe? A whisper of fate, a flicker of chance, and the world as you know it could be unrecognizable. Think of it, a sprawling empire, its silk-laden caravans traversing treacherous terrains, its armies marching under banners singed with ambition. These were not mere foot soldiers, they were the harbingers of an era, armed with strategies that could leave the best modern generals sweating bullets. The Persians had the might. They had the cunning. They had the fire in their bellies that could make even the bravest Spartan tremble. And yet, history turned the page, denying us the spectacle of an alternate timeline where the Persian sun blazed over the European horizon. What happened? Where did the wheels come off this glorious conquest? Was it hubris? A misstep? A game of chess where the king lost his head? Picture this, the Greeks, with their city-states and philosophical musings, caught in the crosshairs of a force that could crush them like ants beneath a boot. The Battle of Marathon, an epic clash where mere mortals fended off giants. But what if? What if the Persian cavalry had rumbled through the plains, their boots thundering like the drums of war echoing through history? When you peel back the layers, a tapestry of intrigue unfolds, woven together with threads of strategy, betrayal, and a touch of the absurd. The Persian generals, sipping wine garnished with honey, plotting the downfall of empires, while their rivals bickered over nothing more than who had the better feta cheese. The stakes were high, the consequences monumental, yet the very ink that chronicled their endeavors is shrouded in conspiracy and miscalculation. You can almost hear the clanking of swords, each strike a heartbeat in the grand symphony of history. Every decision, every battle, every clandestine whisper in the smoke-filled tents of war could tilt the scales from disaster to domination. The Persians sent emissaries, their tongues slick with silver, promising peace while their armies sharpened their blades. Was it diplomacy or deception? The answer lies buried beneath epochs of war and peace, like a treasure map with missing pieces, daring the brave to piece it together. And then there's the laughter, the dark humor that undercuts the brutality. Imagine a Persian commander, exasperated, looking at the chaos of his troops trying to row a ship, each man convinced he knows more about sailing than the last. Frustration mounts. An empire can hinge on such folly, a tragic comedy played out on the grandest of stages. What if you stumbled upon the hidden scrolls of history, pages dense with truths that twist and turn like a labyrinth? What if you dared to expose the shadows lurking behind the Persian advance? The real question isn't just about conquest, it's about the threads of fate that weave our world, and how close we always stand to the brink of the unimaginable. Welcome to a tale where history's near misses are so tantalizing, they haunt our dreams. Buckle up, this ride is just getting started. The air crackles with tension, thick as the suffocating heat that envelops the sun-baked land. I can feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, each beat a reminder of life, of creation, of the terrible, inevitable conflict that looms. A lone figure stands defiantly against the horizon, silhouetted against a sky bruised by the setting sun. It's not just a man, it's a symbol of everything that has come before and everything that will follow. His name? Cyrus. A name that reverberates through the very fabric of history like a whispered prophecy, laced with both hope and dread. And then I remember how fragile this moment is, how easily it could fracture. The whispers of the Zoroastrian winds carry ancient secrets and blood-soaked promises. I stand there, heart racing, watching Cyrus, his brow furrowed with determination, but beneath that stoic exterior lies a tempest of conflicting emotions. He is a conqueror, yes, but also a man haunted by shadows, his own, and those of the countless lives he's yet to touch or destroy. What do empires weigh against a single heart? What blood spills for power? Beside him is Darius, younger, brimming with ambition, eyes gleaming with dreams of glory. He wears his ambition like armor, but I see the cracks. The weight of expectation bears down on him, a yoke heavy with the voices of ancestors who whisper hauntingly through the windswept plains. You will rise, they say, but at what cost? The memories of family and love slip through his fingers like sand, and he grips his sword tighter, as if to hold onto the fleeting remnants of his humanity. His distorted grin, a mask for the turmoil within, reveals a man on the brink, so close to greatness, yet so perilously close to losing himself. And there is Atossa, a woman of fierce intellect, her heart a cauldron of passion and sorrow. She walks through the shadows of the empire, her eyes sharp and knowing, catching secrets like fireflies. She knows that power can corrupt, but it's the desperate hope for change that drives her. She stands at the crossroads of loyalty and betrayal, where love and ambition intertwine like a deadly vine. The empire swells around her, a living, breathing beast, and she is both its nurturer and its potential destroyer. I can see her doubts, the weight of choices pressing on her shoulders, and in the silence, I can hear her heart breaking. Will she be the light or will she become darkness incarnate? And then the world shifts, the chilling howl of distant war horns pierces the air. The ghosts of ancient battles stir restlessly in the recesses of my mind. I can almost taste the iron tang of blood. Every heartbeat echoes with the anticipation of conflict, the kind that makes time itself shudder. There is a delicate balance between power and destruction, and as the Persian Empire rises, it teeters on a knife's edge, a ballet of fate and fury. Cyrus raises his sword, and the sun glints off the blade like a beckoning star, pulling the warriors toward an uncertain destiny. It's a moment suspended in time, where dreams teeter on a precipice. For the glory of Persia, he bellows, his voice a thunderclap in the gathering storm. The cry reverberates, and I feel it deep within my bones, a call that stirs the souls of men and women alike. It is intoxicating, yet terrifying, this blend of hope and despair. Atossa watches from the edges, her heart torn between the man she loves and the empire she wishes to shape. She knows that in every victory, something precious is lost: innocence, trust, perhaps even love itself. What will we become, she wonders, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the cacophony of clashing desires and ambitions. I can see the ghosts that dance in her eyes, the faces of those who will suffer, those who will die, and those who will be forgotten. Darius, his mind racing, grapples with the weight of his decisions. Each step he takes is a step further away from the boy he once was. Do I lead or do I follow, he questions, the words hanging heavy in the air like smoke. He fears he may become a pawn in a game far greater than himself, entangled in the ruthless machinations of kings and kingdoms. And yet, there is a flicker of rebellion in his chest, a whisper of defiance against the tide of fate. The clash of swords rings out like a funeral bell, and I feel a chill creep up my spine. Each strike is a heartbeat, a reminder of what's at stake. The world shifts beneath the weight of ambition, and I feel the ground tremble as alliances are forged and broken in the blink of an eye. It's a dance of life and death, a choreography of chaos where dreams collide and where the human heart, raw and pulsing, bears the scars of history. As the first blood spills onto the parched earth, the sun seems to dim, casting long shadows that stretch and crawl as if alive. I feel the air grow heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and iron, the echoes of the past reverberating like a haunting melody. Remember us, a voice whispers, a reminder of those crushed beneath the wheels of power. Remember the cost of glory. I can feel the ghosts pressing in, their breath hot against my neck, the specters of the fallen reminding us that every rise has a fall. The sun sinks lower, the horizon ablaze with fiery hues, and I know, deep down in my bones, this is only the beginning. The rise of the Persian Empire is a story woven with the threads of sorrow and triumph, ambition and heartache, a tale that will never truly end, but will pulse onward, relentless, unfathomable, an eternal echo through the ages. The moment stretches, and as the winds howl, I feel the very fabric of destiny tremble. Each heartbeat is a reminder of what's to come: adventure, betrayal, love, and loss, a tapestry of humanity unfurling before my eyes. And I stand on the precipice, breathless, at the edge of it all, knowing that the rise is merely the prologue to an even greater saga that waits, shrouded in shadows and shimmering with possibility. The air is thick with the scent of burning incense, a heady mixture of sandalwood and something sweetly rotten, swirling like a ghost among the ancient columns of Persepolis. I can almost see the shadows of my ancestors moving in the flickering light, their faces twisted in a blend of pride and desperation. The sun dips low, casting an orange glow that dances off the crumbling stones, and for a heartbeat, I feel the weight of history pressing against my chest. Rostam stands near the edge of the great terrace, shoulders hunched, as if the very stones of this place are pressing him into the earth. His eyes flicker, reflecting the flames of torches like a dying ember. He's a soldier, but in this moment, he feels more like a ghost, haunted by the memory of his brother who fell in a bloody skirmish just beyond these walls. "What was it for?" he whispers, voice trembling with the weight of unasked questions. "What did we gain, except for this hollow victory?" His fingers trace the chipped surface of the stone, tracing the lines of history, the stories carved deep into the walls. Stories of great kings, and in the end, just men. Across the terrace, Zura holds a bundle of herbs wrapped in tattered cloth, her hands shaking as they hover over the dying embers of a fire. She's not a soldier, she's a healer, but here in Persia, where the winds carry the whispers of forgotten gods, she feels the pull of both worlds. "We cannot afford to remember only the pain," she insists, steel threading through her voice. "Hope is a remedy for the wounds we cannot see." Yet, the words feel like ashes on her tongue, crumbling into nothingness as the weight of her own unfulfilled dreams presses down on her. The herbs in her hands hold stories of healing, yet she wonders if they can ever truly mend the brokenness that surrounds her. The shadows lengthen, wrapping around them like the embrace of a long-lost lover. The sky darkens, and with it, the air thickens with tension. The stars above seem to flicker in response, watching, waiting. I remember nights like this, my father's voice telling tales of heroes and gods, the way his eyes would glisten with longing, as if every story was a piece of him that had escaped into the world. But now, those tales feel like a cruel joke in the face of reality. The Persian Empire is a tapestry woven from the blood and tears of its people, each thread a life lost, a dream shattered. Rostam's heart beats wildly as he turns to Zura, his desperation spilling over. "You speak of hope, but what do we have left?" His voice breaks, raw and vulnerable, echoing against the ancient stones, reverberating through the night. "Look around us. We're surrounded by ghosts, and every day, we bury another dream." His anger flares like the torches that dance in the wind, fierce and unyielding. Zura meets his gaze, and for a moment, the world falls silent. "We have each other," she whispers, the weight of her words hanging in the air like the scent of blooming jasmine that drifts from the gardens below. But can love survive in a land that feels like it's crumbling, just like the very stones beneath their feet? "Can't you see? We are the light in our own darkness. We can be the change." But even her own voice trembles with doubt, as fear lurks just beyond her courage, gnawing at the edges of her hope. Suddenly, the distant sound of hoofbeats reverberates, a thunderous drum that pulls them both from their reverie. It echoes through the valley, shattering the fragile moment they've woven. The silhouettes of horsemen emerge, their outlines menacing against the dying light. Rostam's jaw clenches, the soldier within him igniting. "It's the raiders," he growls, fists tightening around the hilt of his sword. "They come for us. Always." Zura's heart races, but she clings to her resolve. "We must stand together, Rostam. This is our land. We can't let fear drown us." But her voice is swallowed by the approaching storm, the fear creeping back in, wrapping around her heart like a vine strangling a blossom. As the shadows engulf them, I remember the stories of my own blood, tales of love and longing, of battles lost and won. History pulses in my veins, a reminder that every heartbeat is a connection to those who came before. Each moment is a fragment of something greater, a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The riders draw closer, their faces obscured, but the intent is clear. They want to reclaim what has been lost. Rostam's heart races, desperation morphing into fierce determination. "I will not let them take what is ours," he vows, and in that moment, he stands taller, embodying the warrior spirit of his ancestors. Zura grips her herbs, the symbols of her hopes tightly, as if they can shield her from the oncoming storm. "We fight, but we fight for our future, not for vengeance," she calls out, but the words feel weak against the approaching tide of chaos. The clash of swords will soon ring through the night, blades colliding like thunder. The very ground beneath them will shake, and the cries of the fallen will pierce the air, echoing through centuries. I feel it, the weight of history pressing down on their shoulders, the burden of a land rich with culture and pain. The air vibrates with anticipation, the darkness alive with whispers of those who fought before, urging them to rise. They stand at the edge of fate, caught between hope and despair, and as the hoofbeats thunder closer, I am left breathless, caught in the web of their struggle, their hearts beating as one with the pulse of Persia itself. A land of beauty and brutality, woven together like the intricate patterns of a Persian rug, a tapestry of lives intertwined, forever entwined in the chaos of existence. The air crackled with tension, an electric charge that hung heavy in the twilight. Cyrus the Great, a man forged in the crucible of destiny, stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun bled into night. The cries of men echoed like ghosts, piercing the thick silence that enveloped them. His heart raced like a war drum, he could feel the weight of unfulfilled promise pressing against his chest. He remembered the whispers around the campfire, stories of glory, of empires built on ambition and blood. Would he become legend, or merely another ghost lost to the sands? Beside him, his closest companion, Harsback, trembled. Fear flickered in his eyes like a dying flame. "Cyrus, is it worth the cost?" he whispered, his voice barely above the rustling leaves. Harsback was a warrior but held the soul of a poet, and tonight, those two parts wrestled in a silent struggle. They had shared laughter over mead, but now, the shadows of doubt twisted his features, morphing his loyalty into something that felt like betrayal. What if we lose everything? The question hung between them, a chasm that threatened to consume them both. Everything? Cyrus turned, his voice a low rumble, pulling Harsback from the brink of despair. What is an empire if not the dreams of its people? I have seen their suffering, felt the heat of their tears. It is our duty to rise, to conquer, to give them a future. His passion ignited the air, a fire that could warm a heart or burn it to cinders. Yet within him, doubt gnawed at the edges of his resolve. He had led the Medes to victory, but each triumph steeped him deeper in the blood of his enemies. Was this glory worth the ghosts that haunted him? The clash of steel rang out, slicing through the night. A rush of adrenaline surged through Cyrus. This was not a moment for hesitation, it was a moment for destiny. He charged forward, the battle cry erupting from his throat, raw and primal. Harsback, caught in the undertow of Cyrus's fervor, followed. Together, they plunged into the chaos, where the scent of sweat mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Their swords became extensions of their wills, striking, parrying, slashing. Each swing felt like an echo of ancient battles, resonating through time, through the very fabric of history. But amid the violence, the real battle raged within. Cyrus felt the weight of every life extinguished, every scream that fell silent. He glimpsed the faces of those he had fought against, fathers, brothers, sons, each one a reminder of his own humanity, a tether to the world beyond conquest. He remembered his childhood dreams, the stars that had once whispered of greatness. Yet in the throes of war, were those dreams becoming a distant memory, a fleeting shadow? Echoes of laughter faded, and all that remained was the cacophony of chaos. Cyrus! Harsback's voice cut through the haze, sharp as a blade. To your right! A swift movement, a clash of steel, a soldier fell, his life snuffed out in a blink. Cyrus's heart pounded wildly, each beat a reminder of the price of ambition. As he fought, he saw not just enemies but reflections of himself, men with their own dreams, their own fears. With each swing of his sword, he was both conqueror and conqueror, a cruel paradox woven into the fabric of his soul. The battle raged on, and with each passing moment, the weight of his choices became a shroud, threatening to suffocate him. He glanced back at Harsback, whose face was a mask of determination, yet marred by the flicker of fear. They had shared dreams of glory, of building an empire of unity, but now those dreams were splintering like broken shards of glass. What would be left of their friendship in the wake of this slaughter? In the thick of it, a figure emerged from the shadows, a warrior cloaked in darkness, fierce as a storm. Darius, a formidable rival, a man with ambitions that matched Cyrus's own. Their eyes met across the battlefield, and an unspoken challenge thrummed between them. Here stood the embodiment of every fear and every dream Cyrus had carried, the spectre of a future he had fought for, but at what cost? The air felt thick with prophecy, with the weight of destinies colliding. Cyrus! Harsback's voice was desperate now, a warning. Focus! In that moment, the the world narrowed to the two men, two titans poised to clash. Time slowed, each heartbeat echoing in their chests, a symphony of tension and anticipation. Cyrus's mind raced through the stories he had been told, the legends of kings and empires, yet now, it was all reduced to this singular moment, life or death, victory or defeat. The ground shook beneath their feet as they charged, two forces of nature colliding in a dance of fury and fate. Steel met steel, a sound that reverberated through the air like thunder. Each strike was a conversation, a question posed and an answer given, a symphony of pain and power. Darius was fierce, relentless, a reflection of what Cyrus could become, or what he could lose. In that clash, the world faded away. The cries of the dying, the scent of iron and sweat, the weight of destiny, everything vanished. It was just him and Darius, their wills entwined in this deadly embrace. Cyrus felt alive, but also painfully aware of the depths of his own desires and fears. What would he sacrifice for power? What would he lose in the pursuit of dreams? The agony of ambition pierced him, a visceral reminder that crowns are often forged in blood. But as the battle raged, a haunting thought hung in the air. Could he truly bear the weight of the empire he sought? Would it not be a gilded cage, filled with the wails of the lost? He fought on, ***, but the shadows grew long, and the question echoed louder in his mind. ***, and so, amidst the chaos of battle, where the cries of the fallen mingled with the thunder of ambition, the confrontation hung in the balance, a prelude to a future yet unwritten. The world spun on, and in its dizzying dance, two destinies collided, Cyrus, the man who dreamed of empire, and Darius, the spectre of his own ambition. As the stars blinked into existence above the chaos, I stood there, watching the tapestry of fate weave itself anew, a tale of dreams and nightmares unfolding beneath the vast, indifferent cosmos. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of history, a reminder that even as empires rise, the ghosts of their making never truly fade. The sun hung low over the horizon, a fiery orb bleeding into the darkness, as the clang of metal met the air like thunder. Dust swirled, painting the world in hues of despair, and shadows danced menacingly across the battlefield. It was a cacophony of chaos, the kind of sound that clawed at the soul, demanding attention. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, caught in the moment just before disaster, the moment where time stretches taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. I remember everything about that day, the acrid scent of sweat mingling with blood, the screams echoing like sirens through the narrow valley, and the weight of history pressing down on us all. The Persians were coming, a tidal wave of soldiers, their armor glinting like dark stars under the dying light. They were an avalanche, and we were but pebbles, ready to be crushed. But in the eye of this storm stood three souls intertwined by fate, each battling their own demons. There was Lysander, a young man with fire in his eyes. His courage burned brighter than the sun, but beneath that bravado lay a tremor of doubt, an unrelenting fear that whispered he was not enough. I am the shield, he would say, the bulwark against tyranny. But I saw the crack in his facade, the moment he stared into the abyss of our enemy's approach. The shadows flickered behind him, and I could see him questioning if the shield could hold when the weight of the world pressed upon it. Then there was Callista, fierce and unyielding, a wild spirit wrapped in a woman's form. She was a warrior, yes, but also a healer, caught in the confusion of her duality. Her heart throbbed with the desire to protect, yet the pang of guilt gnawed at her insides. I must fight, she whispered to the winds, but at what cost? In her eyes, I saw the ghosts of the fallen, of those she couldn't save. Every step she took toward the front lines felt like a betrayal of her sacred oath to heal. And then there was me, an observer caught in this whirlwind of emotion, consumed by disbelief. I could almost hear my own heartbeat, counting the moments until the first clash. I was neither hero nor coward, just a man afraid of the darkness creeping in. What if I can't do this? I thought, and the answer echoed back, a haunting refrain, then you fail them all. The air thickened, charged with the electricity of anticipation. I felt it in my bones, an instinct screaming that the world was about to change forever. In that charged silence, a horn blared, echoing like the wrath of gods demanding sacrifice. Lysander gripped his spear, knuckles white as the earth trembled beneath the advancing tide of Persian boots. I wanted to scream at him to turn back, to run, but fear wrapped around my throat, silencing me. "Hold the line," he shouted, voice cracking with raw determination, but I could see the uncertainty flicker in his eyes. He faced an army, a sea of faces obscured by helmets, a wall of steel that seemed impenetrable. I watched as he took a step forward, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness. Each beat of his heart sang of bravery, but that song wove itself tightly with the melody of despair. Callista moved beside him, her hand brushed against his shoulder, grounding him in that moment. "We fight for tomorrow," she urged, her voice a soft echo of hope. But inside, I felt the tremor of inevitability. Tomorrow was a distant, cruel fantasy threatened by the reality of today. I wanted desperately to believe her, to cling to that fragile thread of hope, but the truth was a bitter pill. The first skirmish erupted like a lightning strike, sudden and ferocious. Steel met steel, and a symphony of chaos erupted. It was a dance of death, and I was swept into the torrent. I remember the visceral sensations, the shouts of fury and anguish, the metallic taste of iron in the air, the sight of men stumbling, falling like autumn leaves. My heart raced like a caged animal, desperate to escape, but I was rooted to the spot, witnessing the horror unfold. Lysander lunged forward, spear-piercing armor, his face a mask of fury and fear. Time slowed, stretched taut like the bowstring of fate, and I could see the moments collide, the joy of victory mingling with the agony of loss. Each thrust he made felt like a heartbeat, echoing through me, and the unrelenting question burned in my mind: who would pay the price for this righteousness? But then, it happened. A figure emerged from the haze, a Persian warrior bearing down on Lysander, sword drawn, intent to harvest the very light from his eyes. I remember the moment as if it were a dream, a surreal tableau where everything spiraled into slow motion. I could see Lysander's eyes widen in realization, and my breath hitched as I reached out, a futile attempt to alter the course of fate. "Lysander!" I screamed, but the world stilled, the name caught in the throes of chaos, swallowed by the roar of battle. And then, a flash of steel, a cry that shattered my heart, and Lysander fell. It was as if the very ground had opened to swallow the sun. My breath turned to ice, and shadows engulfed me, wrapping themselves around my chest, squeezing until every ounce of hope bled out. Callista's scream pierced the air, a raw sound that echoed my agony, and together we stood on the precipice of despair, two souls bound by our shared loss. In that moment, everything came flooding back. All the laughter we shared, the plans we made, the dreams we dared to chase, all turned to dust, leaving only the weight of our grief. Shadows loomed larger, creeping into our hearts, whispering that this was just the beginning, that the true darkness had yet to come. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos, every soul caught in the maelstrom of war. I remember the feeling of inevitability pressing down on us, as if time itself had stopped, suspending us in this moment forever. We were not just fighting an army, we were battling against fate itself, and the cosmos watched, indifferent to our plight. And amidst the ruin, beneath the shroud of dust and despair, I knew this was only the first encounter, the beginning of something far more sinister than we could ever have imagined. The shadows were growing, and they craved more. The air crackles with tension, thick as the smoke curling from the embers of burning homes. A cacophony of screams pierces the night, each cry a jagged blade slicing through the stillness. I stand there, heart racing, eyes wide, as flickering flames cast hellish shadows on the cobblestones of Miletus. They say desperation is a powerful motivator, and in this moment, I feel the raw terror pulse through my veins, a living thing clawing at my insides. I remember when the streets of this city echoed with laughter, before the Persian boots crushed our hopes into dust. Xanthos, my brother, stands beside me, fists clenched, his face a mask of fury and fear. The weight of his anger is palpable, a force that pulls him forward, urging him to charge into the fray. I can almost see the battlefield through his eyes, the glimmer of swords, the flash of arrows, the bodies tumbling like leaves in a storm. He was never one for softness, even as a child, he wielded his emotions like a bludgeon. I remember the way he would race ahead, daring the shadows to catch him, daring the world to break him. But now, as he prepares to join the throng of rebels, I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a momentary crack in his armor. "Are you with me, sister?" he hisses, his voice a low growl that barely cuts through the chaos. His breath is warm, tainted with the scent of fear and smoke. We can't let them do this to us. We can't let them take our home. I want to scream, to tell him that I'm terrified, that every heartbeat reverberates with the weight of our family's fate. But instead, I nod, forcing down the frantic pulse of my own dread. I think of our father, a man broken by servitude, a spirit extinguished by oppression. I remember his voice, trembling with despair as he whispered tales of freedom, tales that now seem as far away as the stars twinkling through the smoky haze. Let's show them, I finally say, my voice trembling. It feels like a lie, a fragile thread meant to bind us together, but in that moment, it's all I have. As Xanthos lunges into the fray, I hesitate. I clutch the dagger at my side, its hilt cold, foreign in my hands. It feels like a promise, a silent vow to carve a path through the darkness that cloaks our lives. But it also feels like a curse, a weight that drags me down even as I stand on the precipice of something greater. What if I fail? What if I become one of the nameless faces, lost, forgotten, a mere echo in the annals of history? But there's no time for that now. The shouts of the Persian guards rise around us, a chilling reminder that they see us not as humans but as mere pests to be crushed. I remember the stories of other revolts, of brave souls rising against tyranny, and I feel the flicker of something inside me, a flame igniting against the darkness. Sophia, my best friend, materializes beside me, her eyes ablaze with rebellion. This is our moment, she cries, her voice slicing through the din like a sword. She's always been the brave one, the spark that ignites the fire within me. I admire her conviction, the way her spirit seems to dance even amidst chaos. Yet, beneath her fierce exterior, I sense a tremor of fear, a fragile heartbeat threatening to shatter her facade. Together, I ask, my heart pounding, a question laced with more than mere words. Always, she replies, her gaze fierce and unwavering. And in that moment, we are bound not just as friends, but as sisters in arms, two souls tangled in the web of chaos and hope. The clash of metal against metal rings out, a symphony of defiance that sends shivers down my spine. I move with Sophia, weaving through the chaos, each step a heartbeat closer to the truth of who we are. Yet, even as we fight, shadows loom, reminders of our vulnerability, the haunting specter of failure. I glance at Xanthos, his silhouette fierce against the flames, and I can't shake the feeling that this might be the last time I ever see him. Around us, the city burns, and with it, the dreams of our people. Each flicker of flame dances like a mocking specter, laughter echoing in the periphery. The Persians are everywhere, their faces cold and unyielding, their intentions clear, to snuff out our spark before it can ignite a blaze. I hear their commands, sharp and clipped, their language a foreign blade that slices through my heart, reminding me of our fragility. The ground shakes beneath our feet, a pulse of unrest. I remember the stories of gods and monsters, of clashes that altered the fate of the world. But this is real. The metal of my dagger feels like an anchor, a tangible connection to the fight for our future. I grip it tighter, the weight of it grounding me in the storm around us. Xanthos falls, just for a heartbeat, and I freeze, horror clawing at my chest. But he rises again, defiant, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Rage floods through me, a tidal wave crashing against the shores of my fear. I push forward, driven not just by my desire for liberation, but by the anguish of seeing my brother, my blood, risk everything. In that moment, time distorts. Faces blur, cries mingle into a haunting melody, and the chaos around me feels like a fever dream. I fight beside Xanthos and Sophia, each thrust of my dagger a desperate plea for freedom. I remember our laughter beneath the stars when the world felt infinite, when dreams felt touchable. Now, all I can see are the shades of lost hopes that flicker like dying stars in the night. And then, amidst the cacophony, I feel it, a shift in the air, an electric charge that prickles the back of my neck. The shadows deepen, whispering secrets of despair and defiance. I look to my brother, to my friend, and in their eyes, I see the reflection of our fate, so intertwined, so fragile, one wrong move away from annihilation. The sound of the clash continues, the city dwells in despair, but within me, a fire ignites, raw, unyielding, a fierce promise to carve our history, to shout against the silence. I take a breath, filling my lungs with the smoke of war, with the hope of generations past, and I plunge into the fray, ready to write our narrative, one heartbeat at a time. I remember the stories, the passion, and I push forward, knowing that this is only the beginning. The sun hung low, a fiery sphere dipping toward the horizon, casting long shadows like skeletal fingers reaching for the earth. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear, clinging to the soldiers like a second skin. I could feel the tremors of the ground beneath my feet, a heartbeat that seemed to echo the panic in my chest. The time had come, the moment we had all dreaded yet longed for. The Battle of Marathon was upon us. I stood shoulder to shoulder with my brothers in arms, each one a tapestry woven from threads of hope and despair. My gaze caught on Demos, a man whose eyes mirrored the storm raging in my own heart, fierce, bright, yet clouded with doubt. He was a father, his child's laughter still ringing in his ears, a ghostly reminder of what awaited him if he survived. "What will they think of us?" he'd whispered to me in the dark hours before dawn, his voice tinged with desperation. "What if we fail?" The weight of his fear pressed against my soul, suffocating yet familiar. I remembered my own family, their faces flickering in my mind like a candle struggling against the wind. I had promised them return, promised them safety. But here I stood, my heart a war drum, drowning out all rational thought. "We will fight," I said, though I could feel the unsteady tremor in my own voice. "We fight for them." Across the field, the Persian army was an ocean of armor and men, their shouts a terrifying cacophony. They surged forward, a tide of ambition spilling onto the land, hungry for conquest. I glimpsed their general, a dark figure atop a horse, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. Was he a ghost, or was he indeed flesh and blood? Did he feel the same pangs of doubt as we did? Or was he oblivious to the lives that would be snuffed out like candles in a storm? And then there was Lyca, a woman with a spirit as fierce as any warrior's, fighting not just for survival, but for her own identity, a woman carved from the ashes of a society that sought to silence her. I could see her at the edge of the formation, her grip firm on a spear, her stance unwavering. I admired her, envied the fire in her heart, but I also felt a pang of despair. Would they see her as a warrior? Or merely as a woman in a man's world? "What if they take everything away?" she had asked me, her voice quivering with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. "What if I become nothing?" "Then we become everything, together," I had replied, though I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. We were a collective of shadows and whispers, clinging to dreams of glory, yet haunted by the specters of our own insecurities. As the signal horn blared, piercing the air with its shrill urgency, a shudder rippled through the ranks. The world slowed for a heartbeat, a brief moment when time itself seemed to catch its breath. And then chaos erupted, a violent storm of clashing steel and anguished cries. The ground trembled beneath our feet, as if the earth itself was crying out at the violence we were about to unleash upon one another. I plunged into the fray, my sword a violent extension of my own heartbeat. I fought not just for glory, but for the fragile threads of hope that intertwined our lives. Demos was at my side, his eyes wild with adrenaline and fear. He swung his sword with both ferocity and grace, a dance of desperation. For our families, he roared, though his voice was nearly swallowed by the chaos. The words reverberated in my chest, a rallying cry infused with a raw, primal energy. Each clash of metal rang in my ears like a death knell, a reminder that for every swing, there was a life extinguished. With every thrust, I felt the weight of a world that watched and waited, watched as we carved our fates not just with swords but with blood, dreams, and despair. I could see Lyca, fighting fiercely, her spirit a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The way she moved, fluid and fierce, was poetry, her body a weapon, her heart a shield. But the tide was relentless, an avalanche of bodies and screams. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage, begging for breath, for clarity. Demos fell, his body swallowed by the chaos, an echo of his voice still echoing in my ears. What if we fail? I remembered, the terror flooding back like a tidal wave. I fought harder, fueled by rage and sorrow, desperation clawing at my insides like a ravenous beast. The hours stretched like a thin thread, moments blending and twisting into a nightmare. Each breath was a reminder of mortality, of the fleeting nature of our existence. I recalled dreams of laughter and love, of a world untouched by war, and the stark contrast of the blood-soaked battlefield surrounded me. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, ghosts of lost souls swirling in a macabre waltz, whispering secrets I could no longer decipher. And then, in the chaos, I found Laika again, her eyes blazing with the fury of the sun itself. "Look," she screamed, her voice a clarion call cutting through the turmoil. "We fight for our future." In that moment, something within me ignited, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. We were not just warriors, we were the architects of our destinies, the evermen of history carving our names into the annals of time. But the ground still quaked beneath us, a reminder of the stakes we had placed upon our very souls. I fought not just for victory, but for the promise of a world where our children would dream without fear. As the sun dipped lower, casting the battlefield in a haunting glow, I understood the stark truth: this was more than a battle, it was a reckoning. A turning point woven into the very fabric of existence. The world around me was madness and fire, shadows stretching long and dark. Each heartbeat was a reminder that I was alive, that we were alive, intertwined in this dance of defiance. And as the cries of the fallen echoed in the air, I gripped my sword tighter, ready for whatever came next, standing firm against the tide of despair. The battle raged on, but within me, a flicker of hope ignited, the irrepressible spirit of a people unwilling to be silenced. I was part of something larger than myself, and in that moment, I knew we would not simply fade into the shadows. Not today. And as the sun finally kissed the horizon goodnight, a fierce storm brewed within me, our promise that this was not the end, but the beginning of a new dawn. The sun hung low, casting restless shadows across the battlefield, where dust and blood merged into a single, choking haze. The air was thick, pregnant with the acrid scent of desperation and the metallic tang of impending doom. I stood there, heart racing, eyes darting, a mere breath away from chaos. The cry of a soldier pierced the stillness, raw, visceral, a sound that echoed long after it was uttered. They had said this would be a glorious day, a day of conquest. Yet, all I could feel was the weight of dread settling deep in my bones. The Persian army loomed, a relentless tide ready to wash away the remnants of uncertainty. Far from the chaos, Arosh stood, a lion in the shadows, a flicker of doubt clouding his sharp gaze. He had always been the dreamer, his thoughts woven into plans more elaborate than the silk that adorned our tents. But now, those grand visions felt brittle, like glass on the verge of shattering. I could see the conflict raging inside him, the burden of leadership heavy on his shoulders. "We can't just charge," he murmured to himself, almost pleading with the echoes of history that taunted him. "Logistics matter. Strategies matter." Yet, every heartbeat screamed for action, for blood to be shed. His heart ached with the weight of decisions that could damn or deliver us. Beside him, Doria clenched her fists, the metal of her armor biting into her skin. A warrior forged by the fires of countless skirmishes, she had seen joy and despair dance in tandem. Her spirit, once fierce and unyielding, now felt splintered, haunted by memories of friends who had fallen. They bathed once a year, she often joked, a dark humor that masked the scars beneath her laughter. So, yeah, romance was earthy. Yet as the air grew thick with the promise of violence, it was not laughter that escaped her lips but a low growl of rage, a primal scream demanding justice for those who had been lost. "Logistics," she spat, her voice dripping with bitterness. "Who cares about logistics in the face of war? This is a dance with death." The fire in her was palpable, igniting the very air around us. But what was victory worth if it left us empty, hollow shells wandering through the echoes of our past? The sky, darkening with the gathering storm, mirrored the tempest of emotion swirling within us. I felt time slipping, each tick of the clock a reminder of our mortality. "I remember," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. "I remember the faces of those who believed in us. I remember their laughter, their dreams, now silenced." I could feel Arosh's frustration simmering beside me, a cauldron on the verge of boiling over. What did he remember? The map sprawled across his tent, the strategy sessions that stretched into the night? Or perhaps the moment he first grasped the enormity of his role, the weight of a nation on his back, the unyielding expectation of a legacy etched in blood. "Do you think they will remember us?" he asked, each word laced with a desperate hope. When the dust settles, and the stories are told, will they speak of our courage, our victories? The question hung in the air like a spectre, a ghost of uncertainty that gnawed at his resolve. Doria turned to him, her fierce eyes softening for just a moment. "They will remember the screams," she said, her voice trembling. "They will remember the ones we lost." The echo of hooves grew louder, an impending doom that quickened the pulse of the earth beneath us. The Persian cavalry thundered into formation, their banners snapping like the wings of caged birds desperate to soar. I could feel the tension coiling around us, tightening like a noose. Arosh's fingers danced over the leather map, tracing paths of potential destruction, while Doria readied her sword, a resolve crystallizing into something sharp and unyielding. The ground trembled as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of steel and fury. "Remember our dreams," I shouted, the words tearing from me, a desperate plea to hold on to hope amid chaos. "Remember why we fight." But would they? Would anyone remember the dreams of a fractured bunch when the world was painted in shades of agony? A fierce cry erupted from the Persian ranks, shattering the fragile moment we had created. It was a battle cry, a jagged edge that sliced through the air, slicing through our resolve. "Now!" Arosh roared, the weight of command crashing over him like an avalanche. The world exploded in motion, the chaos of battle erupting like a volcano. I felt the searing heat of conflict boiling around us, and in that moment, everything shifted. Arosh led us into the fray, his spirit ignited by a fire that could either consume us whole or set us free. Doria charged beside him, a whirlwind of fury and determination, her sword singing a song of vengeance. But beneath the surface, the whispers of logistics tugged at the edges of our consciousness. The supplies, the routes, was it too late to think? As the front lines blurred into a cacophony of clashing metal and anguished cries, I felt the pulse of time quicken around us, the clock ticking down as if it too were a participant in this macabre dance. Shadows flickered, memories flickering like dying embers in a forgotten hearth. I could not hold on to them, they slipped through my fingers like sand. The battlefield stretched endlessly, a tapestry of human triumph and despair unfolding before us. I closed my eyes, inhaling the scent of fear mingled with sweat, and for a moment, I envisioned a world beyond this chaos. A world where we could unearth the ghosts of our past, and finally breathe without the suffocating weight of history pressing down upon us. But the moment shattered, the clash of swords each a reminder of the choices we had made, and the price we would pay. Arosh, Doria, and I were lost in the whirlwind of fate, our lives intertwining in a dance as old as time itself. We were the architects of our destiny, and yet, even in our ferocity, the spectre of doubt loomed large. What would emerge from the ashes of this day? Would it be glory or a ghost, haunting the remnants of our dreams? As the battle raged, the lines blurred, and the echoes of history whispered their haunting refrain. The Persian strategy was more than mere logistics or warfare techniques, it was a heart-wrenching saga woven into the very fabric of our souls. And deep down, we knew, the true war lay not just on the battlefield, but within the echoes of our hearts, a relentless struggle between hope and despair, life and death, dreams and shadows. The dance continued, and we, lost within it, were merely a heartbeat away from whatever came next. The air was thick, charged with an energy that clawed at the throat, a silent scream hanging suspended between the flickering shadows of the ancient city. A crowd gathered on the cobblestone square, faces illuminated by the faint light of oil lamps, eyes gleaming like stars caught in a storm. In the center, a woman, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, stood poised, a fragile figure against the oppressive weight of the night, yet unyielding as the mountains that surrounded her. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, its journey an echo of centuries of loss, of faith twisted into chains, of prayers unspoken, and dreams shattered. I remember the first time I felt the weight of faith, she would later confess, her voice threading through the soft whispers of the crowd. I was a child, perched atop a hill, gazing down at my village. The sun kissed the earth, and I thought, surely, God must love us, for he paints the sky such colors. But love is a masked ball, and faith, a fickle companion. Her name was Layla, and she stood there, a monument of hope teetering on the brink of despair. Behind her, a man, the embodiment of conflict, clenched his fists, knuckles white against the dark fabric of his robe. Amir, her brother, a warrior of the spirit, fought not only for his sister but against the chains of doctrine that bound them both. He had tasted the bitter fruit of fanaticism, his heart torn between the rigid commands of the mullahs and the yearning for freedom that pulsed through his veins like a wild river. His breaths came in ragged gasps, each one a battle cry for the sanctity of their souls. "Layla, you can't do this," he urged, voice low, entwined with desperation. "You're not just defying the elders, you're challenging the very fabric of our lives. Religion is our shield, but it's also a sword that can cut through flesh and spirit." He was torn, caught in the web of tradition and the fierce desire to protect her from the menacing shadows lurking just beyond the flames of their flickering hope. "I would rather face death than live in chains, Amir," she replied, words sharp and clear, slicing through the tension like a knife through the silence. "Dare I breathe without the spark of my own spirit? If faith is a prison, then let me burn the walls down with my truth." The crowd hummed, a living organism of uncertainty, their hearts thrumming in sync with Layla's defiance. Each face bore the marks of stories untold, of sacrifices made in the name of beliefs that had become ghostly echoes of their former selves. They were not mere witnesses, they were the living testament of a society ensnared in the throes of religion's duality, its power to uplift and to oppress. Then, a voice rose from the back, heavy with bitterness and sorrow. It was an old man, his face lined with the weight of 1,000 prayers. "Do you not see, Layla? This is how the divine tests us. Our faith is our armor against the chaos of the world. Without it, we are but shadows wandering aimlessly through the night." His words trembled, but the conviction behind them rattled the very core of the assembly. Shadows, or perhaps ghosts of what we used to be. Layla shot back, a fire igniting in her belly. "Tell me, O wise one, how long must we hide in the dark, waiting for a light that never comes? I will not be another flickering flame snuffed out by fear." Amir watched as the tension swelled, a tidal wave of emotions crashing against the rocky shores of convention. He felt the despair clawing at his heart, the desperate need to protect his sister warring with the truth that simmered beneath the surface. The elders stood like sentinels, faces carved from stone, unwavering in their judgment, but even they could not deny the palpable energy that buzzed through the night air. Layla's gaze swept the crowd, searching for something, an ember of hope, perhaps, or a kindred spirit who understood the peril of remaining silent. "History is written by those who dare to speak," she cried, her voice ringing with clarity. "If we are to live, let us not merely exist in the shadow of fear. Let us shape our faith into something that breathes, that dances, that sings in the face of adversity." A shiver ran through the crowd, a ripple of understanding that swept away the lingering doubts. Maybe it was the fire reflected in her eyes or the raw passion that dripped from her words like honey, sweet and sticky, binding their hearts together. There, in that moment, the ancient walls of their society trembled, and the weight of expectation shifted. Religion had always held them captive, guiding their steps like a puppeteer's strings, but now, it felt as if the strings were fraying, slowly unraveling before their very eyes. But as the night deepened, so did the shadows. The murmurings of dissent drew the ire of the elders, and soon, the air thickened with the scent of impending punishment. "You dare speak against the truth," one of the mullahs bellowed, stepping forward, a storm contained within a frail frame. "You will bring the wrath of the heavens down upon us, and for what?" A fleeting moment of rebellion. Amir stepped closer to Layla, their shoulders brushing, a silent vow exchanged in that fleeting touch. "What is a fleeting moment compared to a lifetime of shackles?" he whispered, his eyes fierce with conviction. "We cannot let fear silence us, not now, not ever." Around them, the crowd held its breath, a collective heartbeat echoing against the stone walls. Layla's voice rose once more, a clarion call that pierced the darkness. "We are not enemies of faith, we are its children, seeking a truth that nourishes our souls rather than starves us in the name of piety." And just as the first light of dawn began to blush against the horizon, the tension reached a climax, a dizzying dance of courage and fear. The universe seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for a single spark, a moment that would determine their fate, the fate of their faith. In that charged air, time hung suspended, a fragile thread weaving together the past, the present, and the unwritten future. But no answers would emerge just yet. Instead, the shadows grew darker, swirling, enveloping them as the confrontation loomed, a tempest of belief and rebellion on the cusp of unraveling. As Layla and Amir stood resolute, surrounded by a sea of uncertainty, the clock ticked ominously, counting down to a reckoning that would either bind them closer to their faith or shatter its fragile facade forever. The wind howled like a wounded beast, clawing at the tents of the Persian encampment, each gust whispering dark secrets of despair. Soldiers huddled together, their faces ghostly pale beneath the silver moonlight, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fervor. Xerxes, the king, stood at the edge of the camp, his silhouette stark against the flickering flames of the bonfires, a titan wrapped in shadows, yet a man trembling beneath the weight of his own ambitions. His heart beat loud in his chest, a thunderous reminder of the empire he sought to forge, and the enemies who stood in his way. "Will they fight us?" questioned a young soldier, the flicker of hope in his voice thin as a whisper. He was just a boy, barely a man, clutching his spear as if it could shield him from the crushing inevitability of battle. For him, the weight of the world felt unbearable, yet the promise of glory shimmered like a mirage on the horizon. "They will fight," Xerxes replied, his voice heavy yet laced with a fierce resolve. "And we will crush them." But beneath his bravado, an ache knotted in his gut. He felt the echoes of his father's legacy, the crushing expectations that had been passed down like cursed heirlooms. Each breath he took was a reminder that history watched, that failure was but a heartbeat away. Across the camp, another figure loomed, a general, a strategist named Mardonius. His brow was furrowed with the weight of decisions that could alter the course of destiny. The flicker of flames cast a sinister light on his hardened features, revealing a man caught between loyalty and fear, ambition and his own humanity. "Your Majesty, they are warriors forged in the fire of their own struggle. They fight for their homes, their families. What do they have to lose?" Xerxes turned, his gaze piercing. "What do we have to lose, Mardonius? An empire built on the bones of those who dare to defy us? Every day we delay is a day they grow bolder." But Mardonius saw beneath the surface, he understood the king's restless spirit. He saw the flicker of doubt behind those icy eyes, a warrior seeking to conquer not just lands, but the demons of his past. "I remember," he said quietly, "the taste of defeat. The bitter ashes of a proud army turned to ghosts. Do not let your ambition blind you, my king." Xerxes clenched his fists, the leather of his armor creaking like old bones. He felt the weight of history pressing on his shoulders, each battle a stanza in a poem of blood and sacrifice. "You speak of ghosts, Mardonius, yet I see them as a path to glory. I can't allow fear to cloud my heart." In the stillness that followed, the air crackled with tension. Soldiers glanced at one another, sensing the storm brewing in their leader's soul. They all had their own ghosts, specters of dreams that dripped like wax from the candles of their hopes. Fear coursed through the ranks, a strange blend of dread and anticipation. Then a shout shattered the silence, a distant cry, echoing through the valley like a funeral dirge. "The Greeks!" A sentinel, breathless and wide-eyed, rushed into the camp, the words spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. "They advance! They come for us!" Adrenaline surged through Xerxes, igniting the fire within him. The Greeks. Heroes, yes, but also fools, clinging to ideals like a drowning man clings to the last straw. "Prepare the men," he roared, the ferocity of his voice silencing the fears that clawed at the edges of their resolve. "Tonight, we show them the strength of Persia." But in the recesses of the king's heart, a chilling whisper lingered. What if the stories were true? What if the Greeks, bound by honor and rage, were more than mere mortals? The clock ticked menacingly in his mind, the hands moving forward, relentless and unyielding as the tide of time. As the soldiers rallied, Mardonius caught Xerxes' gaze, a silent plea lingering between them. "Your Majesty, don't let this moment consume you. Find your center. Remember the man you wish to be, not just the king you must be." Xerxes turned away, the tumult of emotion swirling like a maelstrom. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. He clasped the hilt of his sword, feeling the cool steel against his palm, grounding him amidst the chaos. "I will not falter. I will not yield." A shiver ran down Mardonius' spine as he watched Xerxes, a king wrestling with the gods of war and destiny. He felt the weight of history, the horror of mistakes past. The battle ahead would not just be against the Greeks but against the shadows that loomed over them all. Dark clouds gathered above, a storm brewing, echoing the tumult of hearts below. As the first clash of swords rang through the night, the camp erupted into chaos, a cacophony of fear, courage, and a madness that sang through the blood. And in that moment, as the world spiraled towards the brink of destruction, they were all bound by a single truth: ambition can be a cruel mistress, and tonight, each soul would pay its dues to the gods of glory and ruin. A fire ignited in Xerxes' chest, a flame that could either illuminate or consume him whole. With every step towards battle, he could taste the ash of regret and the bitterness of dreams unfulfilled. But as the first arrows rained down, as the clash of steel rang out like a symphony of war, he felt alive, alive with the tremors of fate, alive with the echoes of his ancestors. Tonight, everything would change, the past and future would collide in a storm of fury. And as the Persian forces surged forward, the battlefield awaited, a canvas stained with blood and ambition. The sun would rise on a new world, or it would set on the ambitions of a king who dared to dream too grandly. The echoes of their cries would linger, haunting the air, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and glory that would remain forever etched in the annals of history. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and iron, the distant roar of a tide of men crashing against the shore, like the chaos of a storm yet to come. I stand there, heart pounding, a furious drum in my chest, as shadows dance across the jagged stones of Thermopylae. The sun hangs low, a bleeding orb in the sky, neither day nor night, just a liminal space thick with dread. I remember the quiet before the storm, the eerie lull, a predator's silence that leaves one's skin crawling. "Stay close, my brother," says Leonidas, his voice a low rumble, laced with an authority that could cut through the tension like a sword through flesh. His eyes burn with fervor, a flame that ignites the souls of those around him. He's a man forged in the fires of desperation, a king willing to sacrifice everything for a freedom that feels as fragile as the breath escaping our lips. I remember that morning, the sun barely peeking over the hills as I stood shoulder to shoulder with men who have become like brothers in battle. I felt my own flaws etched into my very being, a coward lurking beneath the warrior's mask. Fear wrapped its cold fingers around my heart, squeezing tighter with each echoing footstep of the Persian army approaching, thousands strong, a tsunami of intent rolling toward our small band of Spartans. I was not a hero, I was a man chasing shadows, terrified of what the day might bring. But then there's Dax, my friend, a wild spark of joy amidst this gathering storm. He laughs, an infectious sound that somehow slices through the oppressive weight in the air. Fighting side by side with you, cowering in fear. Who will tell the stories when we're gone, he teases, his grin a sliver of light in the encroaching darkness. But even as he grins, I see it, the crack in his bravado. He knows, as do I, that each laugh is a desperate attempt to drown out the impending doom. The clang of swords glints in the air as our formations tighten. I see the glint of bronze shields rising like giants, a wall of humanity determined to hold back a tide of fate. The sound of armor clinking and the rasp of breathing fill the space, an orchestra of anxiety, each note winding tighter around my throat. Memories of laughter, the camaraderie we shared around crackling fires, wash over me, bittersweet. Would there be laughter after this day? I feel the weight of my brother's presence beside me, a haunting reminder that every heartbeat could be our last. And then the world erupts. The clash of steel on steel ignites the air, and I'm thrust forward, adrenaline surging, drowning out the fear. For a moment, time stretches, a cosmic pause where life and death dance hand in hand. I swing my sword, a wild arc through the chaos, a desperate attempt to find meaning within the madness. Each strike I deliver is a prayer flung into the heavens, each life I take a piece of my own soul bared to the cosmos. Leonidas roars, leading us into the fray, a lion among sheep, fierce and unwavering. His spirit radiates strength, and I feel myself drawn into the maelstrom of battle, the rhythm of our strikes echoing in my bones. But even the lion cannot fight forever. I see the exhaustion clouding his eyes, a flicker of vulnerability in the strength of his resolve. This day will be marked, brothers, He shouts, not in the tombs of cowardice, but in the annals of bravery. I remember the way that felt, the surge of hope like water in a parched land, yet it's intertwined with the bitter taste of desperation. Every breath feels heavy, weighted with the knowledge that we are but a handful against an ocean. Dax fights beside me, his laughter now a battle cry, yet I can see it, he's not invincible, he's human, just like me. Each swing of his blade is a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness, but I can feel it, the shadows are closing in. As the sun sinks lower, casting long shadows that stretch across the battlefield, a creeping realization gnaws at me, this isn't a fight we can win. The clash becomes a symphony of despair, each note a reminder of the lives lost. Blood spills like a river, flowing into the chasm of history, each drop a sacrifice laid at the altar of freedom. I hear Dax's voice, strained now, yet still defiant. We are Spartans. We will not falter. We will not yield. It's a mantra, a desperate chant against the tide, but my heart whispers the truth, can we hold against the tempest of men? Then, in the thick of it, I see him, the Persian commander, a specter of death on the field. My sword feels heavy in my grip, a reluctant partner in this dance of fate. I lunge, fear igniting in my chest, each step a fight against my own cowardice. As I close the distance, the world narrows, a solitary focus amid the chaos. I remember every laugh, every firelit evening spent with my brothers in arms, and it fuels me, but I can feel the wavering of hope. Time stretches and warps, moments folding into one another as I swing wildly, but my blade finds purchase, cleaving through air and flesh. There's a sickening finality in the thud of my sword biting through skin, the gasp of life extinguished, yet it's me who feels the weight of that death, the soul of a fallen man resting heavily on my conscience. In that heartbeat, I realize we are not simply warriors, we are ghosts reaching for meaning in a world that demands sacrifice, that demands we lay down our lives for love, for honor. I look at Dax, his hands trembling, the boy he once was buried beneath the weight of his duty. And in that moment, I know. We may fall, we may be forgotten, but we will not yield. So I scream into the fray, a wild sound echoing against the cries of battle, weaving through the tapestry of fear and sacrifice. Brothers! We are Spartans! Together, we fight! But as the sun sinks lower, and shadows gather like specters, I am left to ponder the very essence of sacrifice. I feel the grip of fate tightening like a noose, and I wonder, will they remember us? Will our stories dance through time like the flicker of a dying flame? Or will we simply become another ghost whispered about in the quiet of the night? The battle rages on, and I stand lost in the storm, my heart pounding against the silence of eternity, the air thick with the scent of iron and the weight of dreams unfulfilled. The air crackles with the tension of 1,000 unsheathing swords, the sun hanging low, a molten orb suffocating the horizon. I can hear the heartbeat of the sea, a desperate rhythm, a symphony of despair. Ships, once proud and steadfast, now bob like drunken men in the haze, their decks slicked with sweat, fear, and the salty ocean's brine. I remember the moment, my chest tight with anxiety, the taste of iron at the back of my throat, as Themistocles stood, a figure carved from the shadows, his eyes aflame with ambition and dread. Hold steady, he roared, his voice cutting through the murmur of the men, galvanizing the wavering spirits. But beneath that bravado lay a torrent of doubt, a crushing weight. I saw it flicker across his face, a fleeting shadow of an uncertain man leading his people into the storm. His hands trembled as they gripped the helm, fingers white-knuckled, knuckles bruising against the wood, a mere vessel trying to steer a fate that felt already written by the gods. Beside him, the fierce warrior Aeschylus, once a poet of the battlefield, now a poet of blood. His heart thumped like a war drum, and I could almost hear his thoughts, guilt gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. Here he was, a man seeking glory, yet haunted by the specter of his brother, lost to the chaos of war. Brother, what a cruel word. It echoed through his mind, ricocheting off the walls of his heart. Aeschylus could taste the salt of tears, a reminder of promises unkept, of moments stolen by the relentless march of destiny. Duty weighed heavy on his shoulders, crushing him under its relentless grip. And then there was the sea, the great, undulating beast, a reflection of our fears, our ambitions. It roared with a fury matched only by the hearts of those willing to brave its depths. As the Persian fleet emerged from the mist, a dark horde of sails and shadows, it felt as if the world held its breath. There they were, monstrous vessels glistening, cutting through the water like knives through flesh. I remember the panic that swelled, the gasps of men who had scarcely known the taste of battle. Would they stand or fall? Would they clutch at glory or be swept into the abyss? Fight! Themistocles bellowed, the echo of his voice a clarion call, yet it trembled with an undercurrent of fear. Fight for your homes. Fight for your families. But I saw the doubt in their eyes, the fear of death, the fear of failure. The sky darkened, as if the gods themselves were judging, and the vibrant colors of the sunset bled into a smothering gray, a shroud draped over our hopes. The clash was imminent, a symphony of chaos about to erupt. The ships collided, the wooden bows splintering into jagged teeth, devouring all sense of peace as war unleashed its fury. The air thickened with smoke and salt, screams mingling with the roar of the tide, a cacophony that drowned out reason. I could hear the thrum of my own heartbeat, echoing louder than the clash of swords, as I gripped the rail of the ship, desperate for stability in the swirling storm. Aeschylus fought like a man possessed, his blade flashing like lightning in the darkened sky. Each swing was a prayer, each kill a tribute to his lost brother, who lingered like a ghost in the back of his mind. The blood stained his hands, soaking the earth beneath him, the earth that had once fed him with laughter and love, now marred with the remnants of the fallen. Remember me, he screamed into the wind, the words a bitter prayer for the dead, for the lost. Ghosts of those he had slain danced in the corners of his vision, twisting the reality of battle into a macabre ballad of sorrow. Themistocles, with every command, felt the weight of an empire pressing down on his chest. He fought, not just for victory, but for a future, one he believed could still be bright despite the shadows clawing at his heels. Against the tide. We can turn the tide. His voice soared above the chaos, a beacon cutting through the dark, and for a moment, it felt like hope might prevail. But how fragile hope is, like glass, it glitters until it shatters under pressure. And then the moment came, the clash of steel and the guttural cries of men. I remember the fear, visceral and raw, as the Persian ships loomed closer, a dark tide threatening to engulf us. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to the inevitable. I held my breath as fire erupted on the water, flames licking the surface, illuminating faces twisted in agony and triumph alike. It was both breathtaking and horrific, a reminder of the thin line between life and death. Aeschylus found himself face to face with an enemy, a man no different than him, both driven by the same fire of survival. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, time froze. A heartbeat stretched into an eternity. The warrior's thoughts bore a crushing truth: we are all but shadows on this stage, and every blade drawn is a chance to obliterate our own humanity. He struck, and the world resumed its haunting dance, a fatal waltz with destruction. I remember the aftermath, the silence that followed the storm, the eerie calm that settled like a heavy fog. The battlefield lay scattered with remnants of dreams, broken ships, shattered hopes, and lost lives. Themistocles stood among the wreckage, the weight of victory hanging heavily on his shoulders. What is victory? I wondered. A crown of laurels or a shroud of sorrow? His face, a mask of triumph and despair, told a story of glory carved from blood. In that moment, I felt the world shift, the tides of history churning beneath our feet, whispering secrets of what was to come, a haunting reminder of the cycle of war and peace. I grasped at the edges of this reality, my heart racing, knowing that this was not just a battle won, but a prelude to the greater struggle that lay ahead. The shadows loomed, dark and vast, as the cosmos turned, indifferent to the plight of man. And with that, I found myself caught in the swell, a witness to the beauty and horror of humanity's relentless dance with destiny, forever bound to its rhythm. The sun hung low, bleeding its last rays across the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the blood-soaked soil of Marathon. The air, thick with the acrid scent of sweat and fear, was punctuated by the distant clamor of panicked voices. I could hear them, my comrades, my family, rallying together against the encroaching tide, the tide of Persian boots and imperial greed. The world felt alive, almost sentient, the earth itself shuddering beneath the weight of an empire. I remember the faces. The haunted eyes of Theodorus, his hands trembling as he gripped the hilt of his spear. Theodorus, the gentle farmer turned soldier, his heart still tethered to the fields he left behind. He had never wanted this life, yet here he stood, a lion in a cage, trying to mask the fear gnawing at his insides. "If they take our city," he whispered, his voice a ghost, "they take our souls." There it was, the spine-chilling truth that wrapped itself around us like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. And then, there was Callista. Oh, Callista! The fire in her chest lit the night with a glow that could rival the brightest stars. I watched her, fierce and unyielding, as she led the charge, her braids fluttering like banners in the wind. But beneath that strength lay a crack, a painful split that threatened to swallow her whole. She was haunted by the memory of her brother, lost in an earlier skirmish, swallowed whole by the Persian tide. "I will not let his death be in vain," she vowed, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her bravado. The weight of the past hung over her like a dark cloak, and in that moment, I felt the earth's heartbeat mimic my own, thud, thud, thud. The battlefield erupted around us. The clash of swords screamed in the air, a cacophony of chaos and desperation. I was there, yet I felt detached, as if I were merely a spectator in a cruel theater of war. I could see the Persians, a wave of dark faces and glistening armor, relentless in their advance. They were not just warriors, they were the manifestation of an empire's thirst, a thirst for power, for control. A thirst that threatened to drown us all. I remember the moment I plunged my sword into the gut of one of them, the sickening squelch of flesh meeting steel, the look of shock that flickered in his eyes before they dulled. A part of me trembled at the loss of humanity in that instant, but the other part, oh, the other part, roared with primal victory. Yet, as I turned to face another foe, I caught a glimpse of Theodorus, his knees buckling as he fell, a phantom of a man. My heart shattered, I reached for him, but the chaos swallowed me whole. In the midst of this madness, memories flickered like shadows. I could hear my mother's voice, soft and soothing, "Fight for what you love, my son, and the gods will smile upon you." But what if the gods had turned their backs? What if we were but ants beneath the heel of a colossal beast, insignificant in the grand scheme of the cosmos? My thoughts spiraled, an abyss of doubt that threatened to consume me. The battle raged on, and the sky darkened, as if mourning the loss of innocence, the loss of hope. I could taste the iron in the air, sharp and bitter, and it clawed at my throat. Callista fought with a ferocity that inspired, yet her eyes betrayed the storm within. "They will answer for this," she cried, but the words felt like empty vessels drifting in the void. What was justice against an empire that saw us as mere pawns in their celestial game? Then came the moment. A Persian general, cloaked in shadows and arrogance, emerged like a specter from the smoke. His eyes glinted with the certainty of conquest, and a chill crept up my spine. "Your blood will water my empire," he taunted, a serpent's hiss lacing his words. I felt adrenaline surge, a primal desire to protect, to push back against this wave. I could hear the whispers of the fallen, the echoes of their pain urging me to rise, to fight. But as I lunged, time fractured. I could see Callista, her face a mask of determination, charging toward the general with a scream that pierced the fog of battle. I remember thinking, this will be the moment that shapes us. But the world slowed, and in that horrific clarity, I saw the blade aimed at her, swift as death itself. My heart lurched, and I screamed her name, the desperate cry swallowed by the roar of battle. The moment stretched, an eternity of sheer terror. Theodorus was gone, and I was afraid to lose her too. I reached for her, the air thick with the weight of impending loss. But just as fate seemed poised to strike, something within Callista shifted. With a fierce blow, she deflected the blade, a miracle woven in the fabric of despair. But the moment was fleeting. The general's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing, and I felt the abyss of inevitability close in around us. The weight of our history pressed upon my shoulders, 1,000 memories crashing like waves in a storm. Would we become echoes in the annals of time, or would we rise, reforge ourselves from the ashes of this chaos? In that heartbeat of uncertainty, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving us cloaked in darkness. I felt the cool grip of night surround me, and for a moment, it felt as if we were suspended in time, caught between what was and what could be. The world had narrowed down to this, the clash of wills, the longing for freedom, the desperate grasp to hold on to each other, to not let the shadows swallow us whole. This was not just a battle, this was a testament to the human spirit, a struggle not just for land but for the very essence of who we were. And as the Persian tide threatened to sweep us away, I felt the flicker of hope igniting within, a phoenix rising in the dark. I remember thinking that perhaps, even against empires, we could carve our own fate, that the influence of Persia would be felt, but not unchallenged. And as the stars began to puncture the velvet sky, I felt the pulse of eternity, echoing the whispers of the past and the cries of the present, the story woven into the fabric of time, a haunting melody that refused to fade. We were not alone. We were a chorus, a symphony of defiance, and the night, heavy with secrets and promises, held us in its unyielding embrace. No conclusion, no respite, only the relentless march of time and the looming shadow of the empire. The air hung thick, tasting of iron and ashes, the remnants of a battlefield that once resounded with the screams of 1,000 dying men. Shadows danced like mad phantoms upon the war-scarred earth, flickering in the fading light, as if the very essence of grief had taken form. I remember that silence, a weighty pause filled with the echoes of what could have been, overlaid with the murmurs of ghosts. I was there, clenching my fists until my nails bit into my palms, trying to keep the tumult inside from spilling out. Miles away, the city of Athens cradled itself in the arms of twilight, yet even in its splendor, my heart felt heavy. I could see her, the Parthenon, standing proud yet haunted. There was beauty in her resilience, but also a stark reminder of the cost of glory. I remember the soldiers, their faces marked by mud and despair, dragging their weary bodies like marionettes whose strings had been severed. They had shed blood for honor, but what honor was left? What did it mean to win a war and lose everything else? And then there was Callias, a man of stature, his resolve crumbling like the very stone of the temples he revered. I had seen him, pacing in his tent like a lion caged in the aftermath of a hunt gone awry. He was supposed to bring peace but wore the burden of a nation's hopes like a shroud. His eyes, once bright as the Aegean Sea, were dulled with doubt. "What is victory when your own people are left hollow?" he questioned, his voice breaking like a fragile reed in the wind. I remember the tremor in his hands as he gripped a parchment, the ink still wet, signing away lives and legacies in the name of peace. Across the flickering shadows, there was Iliana, fierce and defiant, the stark contrast to Callias's weary surrender. She had buried her brother on this very ground, a hero turned to dust, and her heart was a battlefield of its own. "Peace is a lie," she spat, her words like daggers, sharp and unforgiving. I witnessed her rage, a tempest that churned beneath the surface, threatening to erupt. "What is peace to a grave?" she yelled, her voice echoing against the stones, as if calling forth the spirit of her lost kin. I remember the rawness in her chest, the ache that accompanied every breath, a reminder of her love, forever entwined with loss. The dusk deepened, wrapping the city in a shroud of indigo and uncertainty. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal in the air, the sound of laughter too far removed from the ghosts of the past. They bathed in wine and relief while the specters of the fallen haunted every corner of our minds. I remember the town square, filled with faces, some hopeful, others hollow, each marking their own war within, the scars too deep to erase. They hailed the treaty like a lifeline, but I felt the strings of fate tightening around our throats, each cheer a reminder of what we had sacrificed. "Callias!" Iliana's voice sliced through the night, raw and ragged. Her eyes burned with the fury of the betrayed. "You trade their lives for a parchment." Her fists trembled at her sides, a fury coiling tightly like a spring ready to snap. The world around us held its breath, the weight of her accusation grounding the air, making it thick and suffocating. I could see Callias's shoulders slump, the weight of 1,000 expectations crashing down upon him. "I have no choice," he replied, but the quiver betrayed him. I remember the moments that followed, the silence that fell like a shroud, wrapping us all in a shared, gaping wound. As the stars emerged, shimmering like distant hopes, the shadows began to whisper stories of vengeance. I felt the electric tension in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. Iliana drew closer, her emotion spilling forth like a river breaking free of its dam. "You think you can barter with death, Callias? You think you can silence their screams with ink and parchment? Her voice rose, a crescendo of heartache. The heavens above held their breath, as if waiting for the truth to unfold. Somewhere in the depths of my soul, I felt the conflict raging, an urge to stand with Callias, to believe in his vision of peace, yet a profound sense of betrayal clawing at my heart. What kind of peace was this? It felt like a betrayal of every sacrifice, every soldier laid to rest with a promise of remembrance that now lay in tatters. I remember the sweat on my brow, the chill of night creeping into my bones, the unyielding tug of loyalty and rage wrestling for dominion over my heart. "Let them have their peace, Eliana," Callias finally said, his voice low, a wave gradually breaking upon the shore of desperation. "We must live with what we have, not what we lost." But Eliana's eyes flashed, reflecting the fire of 1,000 unyielding spirits. "Then what is left for us?" she cried, and in that moment, the cosmos seemed to tilt, aligning itself with the unsung and the unheard. In that fragile moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, each heartbeat ticking like a clock, resonating through the silence. The shadows around us deepened, swirling with unspoken words, tales of longing, regret, and the ferocious grip of memory. I remember the flicker of hope that ignited within Eliana's heart, the fragile thread that connected her to the lost, a shimmering light refusing to be extinguished. And in that same breath, I felt Callias's despair, a man caught in the tides of fate, struggling against the waves of inevitability. As they stood there, two sides of a coin, each representing a different truth, I realized we were all haunted by the specters of our choices. The battle was not over, it had only just begun. The peace of Callias would not be a quiet resolution, it would be a cacophony of voices rising from the ashes, a storm brewing beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to erupt. I remember the stillness before a storm, a silence thick with tension, an anticipation that cracked like thunder in the distance. The stars above blinked, indifferent to our plight, as we stood at the precipice of something greater than ourselves, something raw and unrelenting. In that suspended moment, I could feel the pulse of history thrumming in my veins, the inevitability of change swirling around us like a tempest waiting to be unleashed. And with that thought, with every heartbeat echoing in my chest, we stood on the brink of transformation. The shadows whispered promises and curses alike, the night was far from over. The scars of war would bleed into the dawn, and we would have to face whatever came next. Together, or apart, the fight for our souls was only just beginning. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of smoke and betrayal. It clung to the walls of the chamber where the flickering torchlight danced with shadows, teasing at the truths hidden in dark corners. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, my mind racing through a labyrinth of alliances and rivalries that felt more like a fever dream than reality. The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, each second echoing like a drumbeat heralding a storm. I remember, no, I feel, the tension crackling in the air, a visceral reminder of the stakes at play. At the center of this chaos was Amir, his face a mask of anguish and determination. He was a man caught between loyalty and ambition, wielding words like weapons, his tongue laced with the venom of desperation. "The Ottomans are moving," he whispered, his voice raw, barely above a rasp. "We need allies, or we will be crushed." I watched as the shadows deepened around him, the weight of his responsibility pressing down like a leaden shroud. And then there was Layla, fierce and fragile, her eyes glimmering with a fire that belied her delicate frame. She had learned to navigate the treacherous waters of diplomacy with the grace of a dancer, yet her heart was a battleground. "You're risking everything," she shot back, her words laced with the pain of 1,000 unspoken fears. "And for what?" "A fleeting alliance that could betray us at dawn." I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they clenched into fists as if to ward off a reality too cruel to accept. Each argument that spiraled between them, a cyclone of hopes and fears, felt like an electric current that surged through the room. I remember how their voices rose, raw with emotion, how the very air around them crackled with unspoken longing and unresolved tension. It was a web of conflict, and I stood ensnared in its intricate lace, feeling the tug of their dreams and nightmares. As I shifted my gaze to the window, the night unfurled outside, a canvas of ink and stars. It was beautiful, hauntingly so, offering a stark contrast to the turmoil within. I sensed the world beyond, a cosmos indifferent to our plight, yet it felt like a mocking reminder of our smallness in the grand scheme. I could feel their desperation, their longing for connection in a world where alliances shifted like sand beneath our feet. "Emir, listen," Layla implored, her voice cracking like a fragile crystal. "You're blinded by ambition. You can't trust the Europeans, they'll sell us out the moment it benefits them." Her eyes, pools of dark emotion, pleaded with him to see the truth, a truth that leapt out like a spectre, haunting and relentless. I felt her pain like a wound, raw and unhealed, echoing my own fears. But Emir was resolute. "If we don't act, we perish," he declared, his voice rising with fervor. "The Persians will not go quietly. We will forge our own destiny, even if it means dancing with devils." The strength of his conviction sent tremors through my soul, an intoxicating mix of dread and hope. I could see the flicker of inspiration ignite in his eyes, a dangerous fire that could lead us to either glory or ruin. In that moment, time felt suspended. Memories cascaded like a waterfall, memories of us, of laughter shared beneath starlit skies, of promises whispered in the shadows. Each memory was a ghost, weaving through the fabric of our fate, taunting us with what could be lost. I felt the weight of our shared history, a tapestry of joy and sorrow woven tight with the threads of love, threads that could unravel in an instant. "Will you risk everything for this?" Layla's voice trembled, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Will you risk us?" Her vulnerability poured out like a flood, crashing against the walls of Emir's resolve. I watched as he faltered, just for a heartbeat, the flickering light of the torches casting doubt in his eyes. But he was a man made of fire, and fire does not bend, it consumes. "I have to do this," he said, and though his words were firm, they quaked with uncertainty, a fragile veneer over the chaos within. I could see the shadows closing in, the whispers of betrayal circling like vultures, hungry for the faintest sign of weakness. There was a pause, a moment suspended in time, where I could feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of dreams and fears. The tension was a living thing, thrumming with a heartbeat that matched my own, a symphony of ambition, love, and terror, woven together in an unbreakable bond. Time slipped, and the night pressed on, relentless. The distant rumble of the city echoed like a warning bell, the murmurs of plots and schemes swirling outside our fragile sanctuary. I could feel the tug of fate pulling at us, a silent yet deafening call to arms. The stars watched, indifferent, as we stood on the precipice of destiny, a choice looming before us, heavy as the weight of 1,000 hearts. "You must choose," I whispered, though the words felt as if they came from a place deep within, a plea for clarity amidst the storm. Layla's gaze flickered between Emir and the window, where shadows danced against the moonlight like specters of their own making. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each chime a reminder of the time slipping through our fingers. "The clock is ticking," I felt the intensity in my chest swell, each beat echoing the urgency of our situation. "And decisions must be made." Each word sculpted from the raw clay of fear and hope, mingling together in a delicate balance, like a tightrope stretched over a chasm of uncertainty. The confrontation loomed, thick like the fog that wrapped around our minds. I could feel the world shifting, the tides of history turning, and with it, the realization that whatever path they chose would shape not only their fates but perhaps the fate of empires. As I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, I understood, this was the moment where dreams collided with reality, and I was but a witness to the unfolding chaos, the intricate dance of diplomacy woven with the threads of emotion. And in that poignant silence, I realized that the story was far from over. The echoes of our choices, the ghosts of our desires, would linger long after the final breath was taken, circling back to remind us that the dance of alliances and rivalries was as eternal as the stars themselves. The clang of metal against metal reverberated through the night, a harbinger of chaos as shadows danced around the flickering flames of the encampment. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and fear, a mingling of hope and despair that clung to the skin like damp cloth. I remember how the moon hung low, a silent witness to the storm brewing in the hearts of men, each pulse of their anxiety thrumming in the stillness. It was a moment suspended in time, the world holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. In that tense silence, I saw Philip. His eyes, dark as the abyss, glinted with a fierce determination that both terrified and inspired. This was a man forged in the crucible of conflict, yet still shackled by the weight of expectation. He wore his crown like a yoke, heavy and unyielding. I remember the way he clenched his fists, knuckles white and trembling, as if holding onto the threads of his destiny. It was as though the very earth beneath him trembled in anticipation, a quaking heart matching his own. And then there was Attalus, the firebrand, his spirit wild and untamed. He was the tempest at Philip's side, a whirlwind of ambition and fury. I could see the flicker of his own dreams, a tapestry woven with threads of loyalty and betrayal. In his eyes, I glimpsed the fear of failure, a specter that haunted his every move. "We cannot falter," he hissed through gritted teeth, the desperation in his voice a razor's edge. I remember the challenge in his gaze, daring Philip to rise above the suffocating dread. But conflict is a cruel mistress, and she delights in tearing apart those we hold dear. The tension crackled like a firestorm, wrapping around us, squeezing our hearts until they ached. I could see the scars of past battles written on their faces, a language of loss and longing that echoed through the ages. Philip, the reluctant king, forced to navigate this treacherous dance of power, his heart a battlefield where duty clashed with desire. "I remember the night my father fell," he whispered, the words slipping from him like smoke, intangible yet potent. The ghosts of his past lingered, specters that whispered of glory and doom alike. The memories clawed at him, a visceral reminder of the weight of legacy. What if I am no better? But the winds of fate were shifting, and the impending storm loomed just beyond the horizon. The clash of swords in the distance sent shivers down my spine. The enemy was drawing near, a relentless tide of steel and fury, and all that stood between them and our end was the flickering flame of Philip's resolve. Each heartbeat echoed the urgency, the desperate prayer of a nation on the brink of ruin. I could see the glances exchanged between Philip and Attalus, a silent conversation pregnant with unspoken fears. Would they stand together against the tempest? Would they find the strength to rise above their personal demons? The stakes rose higher with every breath, a tension winding around us like a serpent, coiling tighter and tighter. In the distance, I caught the sound of footsteps, the rhythmic pounding of 1,000 hearts marching into oblivion. The battle was coming, and it would not be gentle. I could almost taste the metallic tang of blood in the air, mingling with the faintest hint of smoke and ash. I remember the weight of that moment, a suffocating embrace that held us all in its grip. Philip stepped forward, his figure silhouetted against the flickering flames. "We will fight," he declared, his voice a thunderclap, shaking the very ground beneath us. "We will not bow to the darkness. We will not let our ancestors down." Each word dripped with passion, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who heard him. I could see strength blossoming where doubt had once taken root. But as the tide of soldiers rushed toward us, I noticed a flicker of uncertainty in Attalus's eyes. "What if we're wrong?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, but they hung in the air like a noose. The question slashed through the fervor, a haunting reminder of the fragility of hope. "Then we fight anyway," Philip answered, resolute, but I could sense the tremor in his voice. The ghosts of the past loomed larger, shadows that threatened to swallow him whole. I could feel the weight of time pressing down upon them both, the ticking clock of destiny that would not be silenced. The battle began, a feral and chaotic symphony, the clash of swords and the cries of men mingling into a cacophony of raw emotion. It was a visceral experience, a reminder that every strike carried the weight of dreams and nightmares alike. Philip and Attalus surged into the fray, their bodies moving as one, yet each step marked by a personal struggle, a dance of loyalty and ambition, a quest for redemption that felt impossibly far away. I remember the moment of impact, the world exploding into a whirlpool of chaos. Philip's face, grim and determined, was painted with the hues of battle, a mosaic of valor and despair. I felt my heart racing, echoing the rhythm of the fight, as he fought not just for himself, but for a future he could scarcely fathom. Every swing of his sword was a declaration, a plea for a destiny not yet written. And as the dust settled, and the echoes of battle faded, there lingered an unsettling silence. I could still feel the thrum of tension in the air, a whispering promise that this was not the end. The characters I had come to know, the flawed yet fierce warriors caught in their own storm, were now bound together by an invisible thread of fate. In the shadows, I caught glimpses of their fears and aspirations, the interplay of hope and despair swirling like a tempest. The battle had changed them, forged them anew, yet the ghosts remained, haunting reminders of the price they had paid. I remember the feeling of standing on the precipice of change, the world teetering on the edge of something monumental. But this was only the beginning. As dawn broke, spilling golden light across the battlefield, I could sense the next chapter unfolding, a tapestry of dreams and nightmares yet to be woven. The Macedonian response was not merely a reaction, it was a thunderous echo of a legacy being born anew, each heartbeat a promise that the fight was far from over. The sun set like a dying ember over the ancient city of Babylon, gleaming gold and crimson against the dusk, casting long shadows that clawed at the edges of memory. I was there, in that fleeting moment, when the air thickened with tension, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. Two figures stood at the heart of it all, one clad in the elegance of silk, the other in the hardened resolve of a soldier. Their eyes locked, each flickering with unspoken fears, desires, and the violent pull of two vastly different worlds colliding. Nereus, the soldier, whose heart drummed against his ribcage with the ferocity of a lion's roar, was a product of grit and blood-soaked earth. His hands, calloused and scarred, told stories of battles fought in the shadows of towering mountains. Yet, despite his rough exterior, there lay a longing within him, a yearning for beauty, for the delicate touch of art that flowed like a river through the veins of the Persian courts. He had seen the glories of their palaces, the delicate artistry of their tapestries, and felt the ache of his own insignificance in the face of such splendor. And then, there was Sheri, the jewel of Persia, radiant as the moon that hung heavy in the night sky. She carried her culture like a crown, an intricate dance of poise and wisdom that left trails of wonder in her wake. Yet, beneath the silken layers of her attire, she felt the crushing weight of expectation, the burden of her heritage wrapped around her like a noose. What do they see in me, as she often wondered, haunted by whispers of those who judged her worth based on her lineage rather than her spirit? A life of luxury felt like a gilded cage, and the world outside the palace echoed with dreams she had never dared to chase. As the sun melted into the horizon, a sudden crash shattered the silence. Nereus stumbled back, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. A riot of voices erupted around them, a cacophony of fear and anger ignited by the encroaching forces of Hellenistic rule. The vibrant colors of the Persian banners fluttered defiantly against the night, a tapestry of culture at war, struggling to maintain its identity amidst a storm of change. I remember the first time I saw the gardens, Nereus muttered, his voice low, almost trembling. The scent of jasmine, intoxicating, like a memory I'd never lived. How could they bring destruction to such beauty? The intensity of his longing intermingled with anger, the paradox of a warrior who cherished art yet was fated to destroy it. Sheri felt the heat of his words, their weight pressing against her chest. "But beauty can't be held hostage," she replied, her voice a defiant whisper that shivered in the space between them. "It must flow freely like the Tigris, even if it means we face the flood. Don't you see? Their culture, their philosophy, their art, will mold us. We are not simply conquerors and conquered, we are threads in a larger tapestry." The ground shook beneath their feet, a reminder of the impending clash. Shadows danced ominously, and the city, once a cradle of dreams, began to feel like a graveyard of lost hopes. Nereus clenched his fists, his internal battle between duty and desire raging like a tempest. Could he truly embrace the melding of their worlds, or was he destined to remain a soldier of the past, fighting against the inevitable tide of change? "I remember the tales of our ancestors," he confessed, sorrow threading through his words. "When our warriors fought, they did so for honor, for the strength of their people. But what do I do when faced with the beauty of what I must destroy? How do I reconcile this?" Sheri stepped closer, the air crackling between them, charged with the weight of her own fears. "What if we took those tales and wove them into our own? History is not linear, Nereus. It is a spiral. We can honor our past while embracing the future. Isn't that the heart of Persian philosophy?" Her words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the tumultuous sea of their lives. They were more than just a soldier and a princess, they were symbols of a culture blending, battling against the harsh winds of change. The Hellenistic forces loomed, cold and relentless, yet here they stood, two hearts entwined in desperation, caught in a web of love and conflict, of loyalty and transformation. As the night deepened, the sky transformed into a canvas of stars, each one a reminder of dreams yet to be realized. Nereus felt the cool breeze ruffle through his hair, whispering secrets of a world that could exist if only they dared to push against the boundaries. What if, he breathed, we joined hands and created something that neither of our cultures could achieve alone? A fusion, a fire that could resist the darkness. Sherry looked into his eyes, and in that moment, time stretched endlessly, encasing them in a bubble of possibility. Then let us be the architects of a new dawn, she said, her voice steady, full of a fierce determination that ignited the very air around them. Let us honor the beauty of the past and weave it into something extraordinary. As they turned to face the chaos of the approaching storm, their resolve called within them like a tightly wound spring, ready to unleash their hopes upon an unforgiving world. The impending clash of cultures, once a source of trepidation, now pulsed with a newfound energy, each heartbeat resonating with a promise of unity. The shadows grew longer, and the night echoed with the clash of swords and the cries of 1,000 voices, but amidst it all, two hearts beat as one, igniting a spark that would light the way into the fierce unknown. And in that vulnerability, that raw intensity, they found courage. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, and as they stepped forward into the fray, the tension hung thick in the air, palpable and electric. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a struggle for identity, for the soul of a civilization caught between the beauty of the past and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The lines were drawn, the stage was set, and in that moment, history trembled, waiting, watching, breathing in the possibilities of what was to come. I stood in the shadow of the ancient bazaar, the air thick with the scent of spices and the cries of merchants hawking their wares. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue over the cobblestones, but my heart raced, a storm brewing within. I remember a flicker of movement, a dark figure slipping through the throng, cloaked in urgency. The whispers of the marketplace slithered around me, intoxicating yet foreboding. What was once a lively pulse of trade now felt like a tremor, a warning that something was about to break. "Where is she?" Malek's voice cut through me like a dagger, raw and trembling with fear. He was a merchant, his wealth woven from the very fabric of these trade routes, yet in this moment, he was just a man, stripped of pretense, desperate. Each syllable dripped with unyielding concern for his sister, Amina, who had vanished into the city's labyrinthine streets, swallowed by shadows. I could feel the weight of his gaze, a plea that pierced my soul. Malek was my friend, flawed in ways only the closest of companions could see, his ambition often overshadowed his heart. But now, that ambition seemed small, dwarfed by something far greater, a familial bond stronger than gold, richer than any silk. Fear flickered in his dark eyes, a reflection of my own turmoil. I remember the stories, I managed to say, my voice a mere whisper, a futile attempt at comfort. The tales of the Silk Roads, how they weave between cities like veins. They brought us riches, but my words trailed off as the chill of reality settled between us. The roads that once thrummed with life now echoed with a sense of danger, each twist and turn could hide peril. Amina was not just any sister, she was the heart of Malek's world. Their father had died long ago, leaving them to navigate the treacherous waters of survival. I had watched her grow, a fierce spirit unyielding and bright, her laughter a melody in the heavy air of our struggles. But now, that laughter was but a ghost, haunting the corners of my memory as I felt the urgency gnaw at me, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. "Stay here," Malek commanded, his voice trembling with a desperation that made my heart ache. "I'll find her." And just like that, he vanished into the crowd, lost among the thrumming hearts of the bazaar. I stood rooted, each beat of my heart synchronizing with the rhythm of the city, a symphony of chaos and commerce, where lives intersected and destinies were forged on the anvil of trade. But what price would we pay for Amina's return? As the sun dipped, shadows lengthened, wrapping around me like a shroud. I wandered through the alleys, haunted by the echoes of merchants bartering, the clink of coins, a cruel reminder of what we were losing. I stumbled into a dimly lit shop, the walls lined with ancient tapestries that spoke of a time when the Persian Empire thrived, its reach stretching far and wide, its wealth flowing like the rivers we crossed. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the significance of trade routes that had once been lifelines. They had connected east to west, culture to culture, all while weaving dreams into the fabric of everyday lives. "Are you lost?" The voice startled me, an old man emerging from the shadows, his eyes glinting like stars trapped in a midnight sky. He was a relic of that empire, his face etched with the stories of countless travelers. This world is fraught with peril. Sometimes, it takes losing everything to understand what truly matters. His words wrapped around me, heavy yet ethereal, compelling me to confront the reality that our fates were intertwined with the very fabric of these trade routes. I thought of Amina, how her laughter once danced through the air, bringing light to our darkest hours. The fear of losing her tightened around my chest. "Help me," I whispered, a plea that shimmered in the dim light. He nodded slowly. "The roads are alive, watch closely. They carry more than just goods." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, "They carry secrets, and sometimes, those secrets are worth more than gold." With his guidance, I stepped back into the night, the cool air seeping into my bones. I could feel the ghost of Amina alongside me, her spirit urging me forward as I followed the faint traces of her presence. The city whispered its secrets, and I listened as if they could lead me to her. But the darkness grew thicker, enveloping me in its embrace. I stumbled upon a hidden courtyard, where shadows danced like phantoms against the ancient stone walls. And there, beneath the flickering glow of a lantern, I found her, Amina, surrounded by men clad in shadows, their intentions as opaque as the night. "Get away from her!" My voice broke through the stagnant air, adrenaline surging through my veins. Malik emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of rage and worry, but I could see the flicker of betrayal lurking beneath. "What have you done?" he spat, the words sharp as daggers. Amina's frightened eyes met mine, and in that moment, the world fell silent. Time stretched, each heartbeat echoing like the tolling of a distant bell. In the depths of that silence, I understood, this was not just about a sister lost, this was about the very essence of who we were. The trade routes were our lifelines, yes, but they were also a reflection of our choices, our values, and the price we were willing to pay for love. "You don't understand," Amina trembled, her voice breaking. "They want to protect us," but the words hung heavy, a promise of impending doom that crackled in the air. What price would we pay to keep our family together? What sacrifices would the trade routes demand? As the confrontation loomed, the shadows whispered around us, weaving a tapestry of uncertainty, one that would bind us long after the night faded into dawn. And just like that, our fates intertwined, caught in the web of the Persian legacy that echoed through time, threatening to engulf us all. I was left hanging in the balance, the weight of the world resting on fragile shoulders, as the city around us swirled with tension, each heartbeat a reminder that the story was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the parched earth, as the Persian army stood at the precipice of a new dawn. Soldiers, their faces smeared with dust and sweat, gripped weapons worn from countless battles, hearts thrumming in time with the restless wind. The air crackled with tension, electric and foreboding. A messenger on horseback galloped into their midst, the thunder of hooves drumming a frantic beat, a death knell heralding yet another conquest, yet another satrapy to absorb into the vast, ravenous maw of the empire. I remember the moment vividly, the way my heart raced as I watched Oria, her dark hair whipping in the wind like flags of rebellion, her spirit as fierce as the tigers that roamed the mountains. She stood defiant, the daughter of a satrap whose loyalty was wavering, caught between blood and duty. The weight of her ancestry clung to her like a shroud, suffocating, yet I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of wild hope, an ember glowing amidst the ashes of war. "What will it take to turn the tide?" she whispered to herself, her voice almost drowned out by the murmurs of the encroaching army. And then there was Darius, the seasoned commander, a man shaped by the fires of battle and tempered by loss. His hands, calloused and scarred, told tales of valor but also betrayal. He had buried friends under the same crimson soil he now marched upon. Each step was a reminder of their sacrifices, each breath a struggle against the weight of expectation. "To conquer is to survive," he muttered, an incantation against the creeping dread that clawed at his insides. But the question hung heavy in the air, at what cost? As the sun dipped lower, blood-red and ominous, the tension spiraled. My heart quickened, sinking with the thumping of drums echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Satrapies, provinces stretched thin across the vast Persian Empire, were not merely territories. They were living, breathing entities, their peoples woven into the fabric of power and subjugation. I felt the pulse of their history in the ground beneath our feet, an unyielding reminder of the chains that bound them. Each satrapy was a puzzle piece, some willing to fit neatly into the grand design, others teetering on the brink of rebellion, like a quivering flame fed by the winds of change. Oria knew the stories, the whispered legends of her father's rule, the sacrifices made for loyalty. She had grown up with the knowledge that her existence was a bargaining chip in the Game of Thrones, a pawn in a cruel chess match where the players shifted with the whims of an emperor hungry for expansion. "I will not be a sacrifice," she vowed, a fierce glint in her eyes, as she turned to Darius with a fierce intensity that matched the sunset's glow. "You see them as subjects to control. I see them as lives to save." Darius met her gaze, and for a moment, time stood still. Memories of his past swirled around them, battles fought not just against enemies, but against the very essence of morality. He had learned long ago that power was a double-edged sword. "You cannot save them all, Oria," he replied, voice thick with regret. "The Empire will swallow them, and we are but moths drawn to the flame." He felt the weight of her disappointment like a stone lodged in his throat. She was the fire that could either ignite a rebellion or consume him whole. With each beat of the drum, a decision loomed, a choice that would echo through time and space. The satrapies were not mere political arrangements, they were dreams and nightmares intertwined. The air was thick with the scent of impending conflict, and the shadows danced as if whispering secrets of betrayal, of lives lost in the name of loyalty and glory. I could see the flicker of doubt in Darius's eyes as he calculated the cost of conquest against the price of humanity. As the first arrow sliced through the air, its trajectory a harbinger of chaos, Oria felt the world dissolve around her. She sprinted forward, not for glory but for hope, the kind that burned brightly in the darkest corners of despair. "You must see them," she cried, her voice piercing the battlefield's roar. "These are not mere subjects, they are our brothers and sisters, forgotten in the thirst for power." But the arrows flew like harbingers of doom, and the clash of steel echoed through the valley, a dreadful symphony of anguish and ambition. Darius's heart raced as he watched the satrap's men clash against his own. The cost of expansion, he thought bitterly, was etched in blood and sorrow. The shadows of the satrapies loomed larger, heavy with unfulfilled promises and whispered betrayals. Each life extinguished was a candle snuffed out in the dark, a flicker of potential lost to the void. The sun dipped below the horizon, a bloody eye closing with the day, and with it came the crushing realization that they had crossed an unforgiving line. Darius stood frozen, a statue amidst the chaos, as Oria fought beside him, a whirlwind of courage and vulnerability. Her eyes, fierce and unyielding, burned into his soul, awakening something dormant within him, a flicker of rebellion against the very system he served. In that moment, amid the chaos and clamor of battle, they were not merely soldiers or satraps, they were souls entwined in a brutal dance of fate. The past, the weight of inheritance and expectation, clashed violently with the future, a cacophony of choices reverberating through the night. And as the last echoes of battle faded into a haunting silence, the realization dawned, the satrapies would never be the same. They were not just land to be conquered but vessels of dreams, hopes, and lives intertwined with the heart of Persia. In that haunting stillness, the threads of their destinies began to weave together, a fabric torn but not destroyed, filled with the promise of what was yet to come. The moon hung low, an angry eye glaring down upon the dusty streets of Tabriz, where shadows danced like whispers of betrayal. I could feel it in my bones, that electric tension in the air, the kind that thrummed with every heartbeat. The night was thick with secrets, the kind that could snuff out lives like a flickering candle. I remember the clatter of horses' hooves, the urgent whispers of my comrades as they flitted through the darkness, hearts pounding like war drums. Each breath felt heavy with dread, the weight of information, a treasure or a curse, nestled beneath layers of fabric. I was no hero, I was nothing more than a pawn caught in the grand game played by kings and ghosts. My fingers trembled as I clutched the small parchment, the ink still warm from the scribe's hand. The message was clear, yet clouded with ambiguity, an uprising brewing in the west, a rebellion that could consume everything we held dear. The stakes had never been higher, I was the eyes and ears of the empire. The silence of the night was deafening, punctuated only by the distant wail of a nightingale, an omen for those who understood. And then there was Ramin. My brother-in-arms, my closest friend. His heart was a wild stallion, untamed and fierce, always yearning for the next adventure, the next thrill. But tonight, that thrill felt like poison, and I could see the conflict in his eyes, a tempest of loyalty and ambition. He was a man with dreams larger than the horizon, but dreams are a fickle mistress. I remember the way he smiled, that reckless grin that could charm a snake from its hole. Yet, buried beneath that charm was a darkness that could swallow him whole. "Did you hear?" he whispered, his voice barely above the rustling leaves. "They're planning something big. We can't let them catch us off guard." But the weight of our mission gnawed at my soul. I remembered the faces of those who had come before us, spies who danced on the razor's edge, their lives snuffed out like candles before their time. Their sacrifice hung over me like a shroud, and I felt the ghost of fear creeping into my veins. "What if we're wrong?" I asked, desperation creeping into my tone. "What if this is just a ruse?" He laughed, a sound that danced eerily against the backdrop of our encroaching doom. "You worry too much. It's what makes you a good spy. But sometimes, you have to throw caution to the wind and dive in." But I remembered. I remember the night we stumbled upon the truth, our clandestine meeting in the dark alley where betrayal blossomed like a foul flower. The words exchanged, the secrets laid bare, the taste of iron on our tongues. That night, we had lost more than just our innocence, we had become specters of a world where trust was a commodity, and loyalty felt like chains. Then there was Lole, the enigmatic beauty whose laughter was a siren's call. She was the heart of our operations, the web weaver, the one who could slip in and out of the shadows with the grace of a gazelle. But her laughter had turned to silence, a haunting echo in the corridors of my mind. She had been captured weeks ago, her fate unknown, and the pressure crushed me. "We need her," I murmured to Ramin, the weight of her absence a dagger pressing into my heart. "What if they find out what she knows?" Ramin squeezed my shoulder, a fleeting touch that ignited a fire within me. "Then we'll find her. We'll bring her back. We're not leaving anyone behind." His resolve was intoxicating, but it was also a mask, hiding the fear that lurked just beneath the surface. As we moved through the streets, the echoes of our footsteps felt like drumbeats of an approaching storm. Every corner held the ghost of our past, every shadow a reminder of what we had sacrificed to keep our empire safe. Tension crackled like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of our minds, revealing the truths we dared not speak. And then it hit me, a realization that clutched at my throat with icy fingers. I remembered the way Lole had looked at me before she vanished into the abyss of danger, her eyes like windows into a soul that understood the weight of the world, the secrets we carried like burdens. She had whispered once, "Sometimes, the hardest part isn't the fight, it's what you leave behind." A chill raced down my spine as we approached the meeting place, the air thick with unspoken words. The night sky felt alive, swirling with the weight of our choices, the cosmos spinning wildly as if mocking our futile attempts at control. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows that danced along the walls, revealing glimpses of our future, a future that could change or end with the next heartbeat. The tension was palpable, a living thing that crawled under my skin. As I stood there, a mere pawn in a game of kings, I couldn't shake the sense that we were being watched, the unseen eyes of fate, perhaps, or the ghosts of those who had come before. Heart pounding, I took a step forward into the unknown, the darkness inviting but treacherous. Each moment felt like an eternity, a fragile thread straining against the weight of our choices. And beyond the veil of night, whispers of war stirred, a storm breaching the horizon. I could almost taste it, the metallic tang of conflict mingling with the night air. This was our world, and we were its guardians, yet we were also its prisoners, trapped in a web of deceit where trust was a currency we could no longer afford. "Ready yourself," Ramin breathed, the fire in his eyes igniting a flicker of hope. "We'll find Lole, and we'll end this before it starts." But I couldn't shake the feeling, the eerie certainty that the night held more than just threats. It was a reminder of our fragile humanity, of the ghosts that lingered in the spaces between us, waiting for the moment when we would falter. The battle was coming. The stakes were high. and I could feel it, the pull of destiny wrapping around us like a shroud. In that moment, as the world teetered on the edge of chaos, I realized that intelligence and spies weren't just tools of war, they were the very essence of survival. Our lives were woven together in a tapestry of deception and truth, each thread a story untold, each secret a heartbeat echoing through the darkness. We would fight, we would bleed, and perhaps, just perhaps, we'd emerge from the shadows into the light, if the night didn't consume us first. The air hung thick, charged with the scent of burning flesh and the bitter tang of iron. I stood there, heart hammering against the confines of my chest, each beat echoing the drums of war that pulsed through the valley. Smoke curled upward, curling like the fingers of the damned, clutching at the heavens. The sun was a dying ember, casting long shadows that danced with the specters of men long gone, heroes and cowards, all indistinguishable in this chaos. I remember the laughter of children playing in the streets of Persepolis before the siege, their innocence a stark contrast to the grim spectacle unfolding before me now. I remember the way their small hands traced the intricate carvings of our ancestors, a legacy now stained by blood and betrayal. I remember the day when I, Cave, an ordinary farmer turned reluctant soldier, first saw the true nature of war. The clang of swords, the cries of the wounded, and the heart-wrenching sound of my comrades falling, one by one, into the abyss. Beside me stood Arosh, a man whose dreams were as fierce as his spirit. His eyes burned with a desire for glory, a hunger that gnawed at his soul. He had always believed that valor could conquer any foe, that honor would shield him from the horrors of war. But as we braced for the oncoming onslaught, I saw the flicker of doubt cloud his gaze. "Cave," he whispered, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "What if honor dies today?" A chill crept up my spine, as if the very shadows taunted us with the truth. What did honor mean when faced with the grotesque reality of a battlefield? I had seen men turn to monsters, their humanity stripped bare by fear. In that moment, I felt the weight of our choices pressing down on us, each decision a step toward either redemption or ruin. The enemy emerged like a tide, a wave of armored men surging forward, faces obscured by grim helmets, their intentions clear. And with them came the Persian innovations, the war chariots that glinted like malevolent spirits under the dying sun, the archers perched high like vultures, ready to rain death upon us. Their tactics were precise, a deadly dance choreographed with ruthless precision. "Hold the line!" I bellowed, though my voice felt small against the cacophony of war. Then there was Doria, a fierce warrior cloaked in the scars of her past. She had always been the fire, the spark that ignited our hopes. But in this moment, as chaos wove itself around us, I saw her struggle. I saw the flicker of fear in her eyes, the way she gripped her sword as if it were a lifeline. "Cave," she shouted, defiance ringing in her voice as she lunged forward, seeking vengeance for a brother lost to the madness. "They will pay for what they've taken." But the battlefield is a cruel mistress, feeding on the dreams and ambitions of those who dare to challenge her. I watched as Doria's rage turned to despair, her sword biting into flesh, yet the enemy kept coming, an unrelenting tide. The clash of metal resounded like a funeral dirge, each note a reminder of our mortality. I remember the moment time warped, stretching into an eternity. I stood paralyzed as the world around me blurred, the faces of my comrades morphing into an abstract painting of agony and fury. Each heartbeat grew louder, drowning out the cries of the dying, every breath became a battle against the suffocating dread closing in. The ground beneath my feet felt fragile, as if the very earth might swallow us whole. And then, amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, an enemy commander, fierce and majestic, his presence drawing the attention of both sides. He commanded respect, a malevolence that radiated from him like heat from the sun. I could see the glint of his armor, the intricate designs of his lineage, a stark reminder of the history we were fighting against. I felt a shiver, the haunting realization that glory often danced hand in hand with death. Arosh, fueled by a reckless ambition, charged forward, a storm of fury aimed at that figure. I screamed his name, a desperate plea lost in the tumult of battle. "Arosh!" No. But he was already gone, a fleeting shadow swallowed by the maw of war. My heart shattered, splintered like the bones of the fallen, as I felt the loss ripple through me. Doria turned to me, her face a mask of horror as she realized what I had seen. We can't lose him." The conviction in her voice was a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness, but the weight of our reality crashed around us. I wrestled with my own despair, the fear clawing at my insides, a beast that threatened to consume me. "We must hold the line," I urged, though I felt like a liar. The crescendo of battle surged, and then something shifted, a momentary lull as if the universe held its breath. In that stillness, I caught a glimpse of the cosmos, an expansive void above us, stars flickering like dying embers. It was a reminder of our insignificance, a reminder that we were mere mortals caught in the grand designs of fate. And then it happened, a charge, a clash, Doria breaking through the ranks with a fierce cry that rang out like a siren song. I could feel her spirit igniting, daring the heavens to witness our struggle. But as she surged ahead, I was compelled to follow, a moth drawn to the flames of her resolve. In that moment, I understood, this was no longer about honor, it was about survival. About fighting not just against an enemy, but against the very shadows that sought to eclipse our dreams. I plunged into the fray, my sword a desperate extension of my will. Each swing was a prayer, each clash of metal a heartbeat pushing us closer to salvation or despair. "Together?" I roared, and for a fleeting moment, we were one, 3 souls entwined in a dance of defiance against the cosmos itself. We were the echoes of a history that whispered of glory, and we would carve our own legacy, even if it meant stepping into the abyss. As the battlefield surged and ebbed around us, I felt the pulse of life thrumming beneath our feet. The war would not end today, it would continue, a relentless cycle of hope and horror. But in that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the world faded into shades of twilight, and our hearts beat as one amid the chaos. The story does not conclude here, this was merely the beginning, a prelude to the unfolding saga of pain and triumph that awaited us in the shadows. The journey continues, an echo of footsteps leading into the night, into the unknown, into the heart of the storm. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in violent hues of crimson and indigo, as shadows crept across the ancient city of Persepolis. I stood there, at the heart of it all, caught in a storm of chaos and unease. The air felt electric, charged with the bitter taste of uncertainty. A distant shout rang through the marble corridors, a cry that sent a shiver racing down my spine. It echoed the desperation of those beneath the weight of an empire, suffocating under the very governance meant to protect them. I remember the first time I saw a Roche, a loyal soldier with eyes that flickered like the flames of a dying fire. He was meant to be my protector, yet in that moment, I could see the cracks in his armor. His brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, he bore the weight of decisions that could spell salvation or doom. "They want blood," he muttered, his voice a gritty whisper, a confession, a plea. His heart wrestled with duty and morality, a dance of shadows within him. And there was Sherry, resolute yet haunted. As a scribe, her words shaped the very fabric of our reality. But now, her quill lay abandoned, ink pooling like forgotten dreams on the parchment. "The king's decree is unyielding," she said, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "But do they not see the suffering it brings?" Her struggles mirrored the city's pulse, a rhythm of fear and hope intertwined. Faced with the choice of obeying the orders of a distant throne or voicing the heart of the people, she stood at a precipice, teetering between loyalty and her conscience. Each breath felt heavier as I watched them, caught in their own emotional maelstrom. The specter of governance loomed, an oppressive force, its fingers curled around the throats of the innocent. I felt the weight of history pressing down. This was not merely about power, it was about the lives intertwined in the fabric of empires, each thread a story, each decision a heartbeat. A Roche stepped forward, resolve blossoming in his chest like a wildflower in the cracks of stone. "We must act," he declared, his voice rising above the whispers of doubt. I could see the fire within him, yet it flickered with fear. If we do nothing, his words hung in the air, a haunting promise of what awaited us. The silence that followed was thick, heavy, an unbearable weight that threatened to crush us all. In that moment, I remembered a story from my childhood, one that echoed like a ghostly refrain. The tale of a king who ruled with an iron fist, unaware that the very hands that held the sword were the architects of his downfall. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake, to remind him of the lesson learned too late. But this was not a fable, it was our grim reality. Sherry's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflections of the tumult within. Words can be weapons, she whispered, and I understood then, the power of stories, of truth, could be the very force that dismantled tyranny. Yet, the fear of the consequences lingered like a dark cloud overhead. She was caught in a web of her own making, the ink of history a double-edged sword, ready to carve paths in flesh or memory. The sun dipped lower, a fiery orb sinking beneath the horizon, a fiery eye closing. Time slipped through our fingers, each tick of the clock a reminder of the urgency pressing against our chests. Our choices, each one a ripple in a vast ocean, threatening to drown or save us. A haunting thought clawed at me, could we avert the storm that loomed on the horizon? The city of Persepolis, once vibrant with life, felt like a tomb. The echoes of the past whispered through the stone walls, stories of those who had risen against injustice only to fall beneath it. I could hear the ghosts of their laughter, their screams mingling with the rustling leaves, a macabre symphony of dreams lost to time. The very streets were soaked with their blood, and in that moment, I feared our own blood would soon join the chorus.
Do you remember the night spent under the stars?
Arosh asked me, his gaze drifting skyward.
When we thought the cosmos held our fates.
The innocence in his tone gnawed at my heart. Dreams were fragile things, easily shattered. I remember, I replied, my voice barely a whisper, as if the admission would summon the stars back down to earth. Sherry stepped closer, her voice steady but trembling at the edges. We can change our fate, she said, and I felt the weight of her conviction like a stone in my chest. Beneath her resolute exterior lay a palpitating heart, a woman who feared for her people more than herself. The ink might dry, but the truth would bleed through, spilling onto the pages of history like tears. And then came the moment, the crescendo of our suspense. The doors of power swung open, and a figure emerged, cloaked in authoritative shadows. The king's emissary, a harbinger of law and order, yet a shroud of dread wrapped around him. I felt the air thicken, the tension coiled like a serpent, ready to strike. The decree is final, he announced, words laced with the chilling finality of a death sentence. Arosh stepped forward, defiance sparking in his eyes. Final for whom? He challenged, voice rising above the despair. For the people who suffer in silence? Or for those who live in luxury? Every syllable was a dagger, piercing through the veil of complacency. The emissary's gaze hardened, but I saw the flicker of uncertainty. Perhaps he, too, felt the weight of the choice he had made, the ghost of empathy haunting him in the twilight. The moment hung, suspended in the bitter air, heavy with consequence. And in that breath, I realized we were not alone. Every citizen, every whisper of dissent, surged around us like an unseen tide, a collective heartbeat that thudded against the stone walls. In that silence, I felt the universe shift, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The stage was set, our fates intertwined, and though terror clawed at my insides, a glimmer of hope shimmered just beyond reach. The confrontation loomed, a tempest about to be unleashed. I remember standing on the precipice of change, hearts racing, lives hanging in the balance. The Persian approach, that haunted, intoxicating blend of wisdom and power, was about to meet the raw, visceral pulse of rebellion. And in that moment, everything felt possible. The air was thick with tension, a palpable electricity crackling like distant thunder. I stood there, heart hammering, breath caught in my throat, as the moon hung low, a heavy sentinel casting silver shadows over the ancient city of Persepolis. It was a night like no other, the stars blinking as if they held secrets too sinister to share. I could feel the world around me brimming with whispers, stories of women long silenced, their cries echoing through the cobblestone streets, and I was caught in the eye of the storm. Soraya, fierce and unyielding, stood at the door of the grand hall, her silhouette framed by the glowing lanterns. She was a tempest, her eyes aflame with purpose, a warrior in a world that sought to confine her. The delicate fabric of her chador fluttered in the night breeze, a banner proclaiming defiance against the invisible chains that bound her. "They will not silence us," she breathed, the words a soft incantation. I could see the tremble in her hands, but her spirit burned brighter than any fear. Beside her, a shadow shifted, Tamina, her heart heavy with the weight of tradition, her voice a haunting melody wrapped in sorrow. "But what if they do?" she whispered, her gaze drifting toward the horizon where the sun dipped low, spilling blood-red hues across the sky. What if our cries are lost to history, like ashes in the wind? Tamina, forever caught in the tug-of-war between loyalty and liberation, felt the pull of her family's expectations like a noose tightening around her neck. I remember the moment every detail sharpened, a guard's footsteps thundering against the stone floor, boots as heavy as fate itself. The tension hung like a dark cloud, foreboding and thick. Soraya's resolve flickered. I could almost hear her heart racing, thumping against the walls of her ribcage as she clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms. "We must fight," she urged, her voice rising, a flame desperate to ignite. "The men may hold the swords, but we bear the weight of our stories, our dreams." And then there was silence, a deafening stillness that wrapped around us like a shroud. In that moment, a realization struck me: history favors the loud, the boisterous, and here we were, voices barely a whisper against the cacophony of oppression. Each heartbeat echoed the desperation of countless women who came before us, each pulse a reminder of the shackles that clung to our ankles, invisible yet unyielding. I remember standing there, a mere observer caught in the crossfire of ambition and fear. The women of Persia, once revered as goddesses, now reduced to shadows, to echoes of what once was. Soraya's voice became a beacon, beckoning those who dared to dream beyond the confines of their destinies. A woman's role is not just to serve, but to lead, to thrive. "We are the authors of our fate," she declared, the fervor in her words wrapping around us like a protective cloak. Tamina's face crumpled, a fragile mask of doubt. But what of the consequences? Our mothers lived in chains, and their mothers before them. What if we are just chasing ghosts? Her sorrow resonated, a haunting melody that echoed through the night, reminding us of the pain buried beneath layers of history. The clock ticked loudly in the silence, each second a reminder of the weight of time, of the relentless march of history that often trampled the spirit of the meek. What if we are the storm? Soraya's voice pierced through Tamina's despair, sharp and clear, like a clarion call in the night. What if we shatter the silence? I felt my heart swell, the intensity of the moment igniting a fire within me. I wanted to scream, to shout, to dance under the moonlight and embody the very essence of rebellion. But the warning bells chimed in my mind, echoing the stories of those who had tried before us, voices snuffed out like candles in the wind. The shadows shifted again, and suddenly there were figures loomed at the edges of the hall, watchful and predatory. I could feel the weight of their gazes, heavy with scorn and judgment. The guards, driven by an ancient code that placed women beneath the boot of authority, watched us with eyes that promised pain. I could taste the fear rising in my throat like bile, choking me. What if this was the end of the line? What if our dreams were crushed beneath the heel of tyranny? But then Soraya, undeterred, stepped forward, a lioness ready to defend her pride. "We will not be mere footnotes in the annals of history. We will carve our names into the stone of time, and let the world tremble at our voices." The fervor in her voice resonated through the hall, igniting a spark of courage in my chest. I could feel the power of the moment swirling around us, a storm waiting to break free. And then, in a heartbeat, the dam broke, the clash of swords ringing out, the shouts of men drowning out our dreams. The world spun, chaos erupting as the guards surged forward, but we stood firm, side by side. I remember the moment I looked into Soraya's eyes, and I saw not just defiance but a fierce determination that felt like lightning. In that fleeting second, I understood, we were not alone. The ghosts of our ancestors stood with us, their whispers urging us to rise, to fight, to reclaim our narrative. And as the world around us erupted into a cacophony of struggle, I felt the weight of time pressing upon my shoulders, the past colliding with the present, the future unfolding like an uncharted map. I remember the taste of blood, the smell of sweat and fear mingling, and the realization that our stories were never meant to be silenced. We were the women who would redefine what it meant to be Persian, to stand in the light of history and demand our rightful place. In that moment of chaos, I felt alive, my spirit soaring, as if the universe had aligned to bear witness to our rebellion. I could hear Soraya's voice rising above the fray, a battle cry that echoed through the ages, promising that we would not be forgotten. "We are the authors of our fate." And in that tumultuous night, as our destinies intertwined, I knew we were just beginning to write our story, a story that would reverberate through time, an eternal struggle against darkness, a testament to the unwavering spirit of women woven into the very fabric of Persian society and politics. The clock ticked on, but we were no longer bound by its rhythm. We were free, fierce, and unyielding. The night hummed with tension, a taut string straining against the weight of the unseen. Shadows loomed, long and menacing, cast by flickering torches that fought to maintain their fragile grip on light. I stood on the precipice of a moment that felt as if it would tear the universe apart, a breath caught in my throat, a heartbeat echoing like a war drum. The air was thick, almost electric, and I could taste the metallic tang of fear mixed with something else, something intoxicating, the scent of possibility. Across the dim courtyard, a figure emerged, Arosh, his dark hair wild like the tempest that raged within him. I had known him as a friend, but tonight, he was a storm ready to break. His eyes blazed with a fury that sent a shiver down my spine. "Calliope," he called, his voice raw and urgent, slicing through the heavy silence. Beneath the surface of his intensity lay a churning sea of doubt and desperation, a longing that felt almost unbearable. It wasn't just about the exchange of ideas, the blending of our cultures, it was the weight of our fates, intertwined and fraught with peril. I stepped closer, the cobblestones cool beneath my bare feet. The shadows danced as if mocking our fragile humanity. "What are we doing, Arosh?" The words slipped from my mouth, laced with unintentional vulnerability. "What happens when the Persians and Greeks meet? Will we be ambassadors of peace or harbingers of war? We cannot hide behind our differences," he snapped, frustration cracking his voice like a brittle shell. "Look at us! Look at this moment!" His hands gestured wildly, as if trying to grasp the very essence of our existence. "They call us enemies, but we are threads in the same tapestry. Can't you feel it? The pulse of history, the weight of dreams." I could feel the tremor of something vast and unnameable in the air, the very fabric of our cultures woven together, yet pulled apart by the bitter threads of distrust. A sharp pang of realization hit me. This was not merely a meeting of minds but a clash of hearts. Arosh and I, we were caught in the crosshairs, torn between loyalty to our homelands and the undeniable connection we felt. I remembered the stories, the myths we shared, gods and monsters, love and betrayal, the eternal dance of power. Each tale whispered in the dark, hinting at the calamity that lay just beyond our horizon. As I glanced towards the towering walls that encircled us, a figure emerged from the shadows, Darius, his demeanor calm, his presence like an unsettling breeze. A Persian envoy, clad in robes that whispered with authority. His eyes held an unnerving serenity, but beneath that lay a hunger, a fierce determination that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Would he be our bridge, or the wall that shattered our fragile alliance? "Why do you hesitate?" Darius asked, his voice smooth yet edged with steel. "The world is watching, waiting for the spark that will ignite flames of war or forge a new path. Speak, Calliope. What do you want?" I wanted to scream, the words clawing at my throat. What did I want? Was it merely peace? Or was it the fire of revolution, the heady rush of change? I hesitated, my heart a tumult of hopes and fears. I want us to see each other. To understand. A flash of hurt crossed Arosh's face, a flicker of the bond we shared unraveling before my eyes. I could see it then, the ghosts of our dreams colliding. Understanding, he echoed, bitterness creeping in. Do you think they will ever understand us? Do you think we can ever cast aside the chains of history? The air crackled around us, every heartbeat echoing the turmoil of our souls. I remembered whispers of our ancestors, the tales that shaped our identities, each story a brick in the walls that separated us. The Persians and Greeks, locked in a dance of rivalry, yet here we were, on the precipice of something greater, something terrifying. The past loomed like a specter, haunting our every move, its icy fingers curling around our hearts. Darius stepped forward, a wolf in disguise, his gaze piercing through the fissures of doubt. You cling to your past like a child clinging to a blanket. But the world is more than your history. Will you risk everything for a chance at something new? Or will you retreat into the shadows, forever haunted by the ghosts of what could be? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on my chest, each breath a reminder of the stakes we faced. Would we dare to step into the light, to confront the unknown, or would we allow fear to bind us in chains? The tension soared, a taut wire threatening to snap. The courtyard transformed into a battleground of hearts and minds, a clash of ideals that resonated deep within me. I saw Arosh struggle mirrored in Darius's resolve. We were not merely representatives of our cultures, but reflections of the human experience, flawed, hopeful, desperate. Then let us be the change, I cried, my voice raw and alive with the pulse of determination. Let tonight be the night we break the cycle. Let's show them that we are not defined by our past. The world held its breath. Time slowed, stretching like a thin thread. In that moment, the boundaries of who we were began to blur, and the shadows morphed into something more profound, a promise, a threat, an invitation. The clash of cultures was not merely a meeting of armies or ideas, it was a visceral struggle of the human heart. As I watched the fire flicker in Arosh's eyes, a silent understanding passed between us. Hope and fear, passion and doubt, all intertwined like the threads of a tapestry yet to be woven. The cosmos spun silently above us, bearing witness to our fragile existence, a reminder that every choice we made echoed through eternity. In the stillness, I felt the pull of history, the weight of dreams unfulfilled. If we faltered now, would the opportunity slip away like sand through our fingers? Or could we seize it, forge something new from the ashes of our past? The moment hung suspended, the air around us crackling with potential. And as we stood together, poised on the edge of the unknown, I realized this was just the beginning, a prelude to a confrontation that would echo through the ages. The heartbeats of the Persians and Greeks, thumping in unison, a testament to the fragility and resilience of our shared humanity. The air was thick, suffocating, with the stench of sweat and blood, a grotesque perfume of despair swirling in the heat. I could hear the distant clank of armor, the ominous whisper of metal against metal, and I felt it in my bones. This was the calm before the storm. I remember standing there, my heart pounding like a drum, feeling as though the very earth beneath us trembled with anticipation. A low murmur rippled through the ranks, each soldier's gaze flickering towards the horizon, where shadows rose like specters, hinting at the chaos to come. My breath caught as I turned to view my brother, Lysander, his face a chiseled mask of determination and fear. How could one person hold so much weight? The burden of expectation, the crushing pressure of family honor, it sat heavy on his shoulders. I watched him tighten his grip around his sword, knuckles white with resolve. "This isn't just a battle," he whispered, eyes blazing with a fire that both terrified and inspired me. "It's our legacy." Legacy. The word hung in the air like smoke, curling and twisting, suffocating dreams and hopes. I wanted to scream, to tell him that legacy felt like a noose tightening around my own neck. I was not the brave warrior he was. I was the one left in the shadows, always grasping at the light but never touching it, always the second son. And then there was Cassia. She stood a breath away, the tumult of the coming storm reflected in her wide eyes. Her hair, wild and unkempt, floated around her like a dark cloud, a stark contrast to the stark reality of what lay ahead. "You can't go," she said, voice trembling yet fierce, as if daring the gods themselves to intervene. "You can't leave me." I could see the flicker of desperation in her eyes, the way her heart shattered with every word she spoke. I remember her running to me, her hands grasping my arms, searching my face for answers that I couldn't give. I felt the warmth of her skin against mine, but it was a warmth that felt increasingly foreign amidst the chill of impending conflict. "What if you don't come back?" she pleaded, her voice a haunting melody reverberating through the chaos. "That's not a question I can answer," I replied, my voice breaking. I could feel the weight of my own cowardice pressing against me, a suffocating blanket that threatened to swallow me whole. I wanted to promise her the sun, the stars, everything that sparkled in the void. But how could I promise anything when the world around us was crumbling, when death loomed large like a predatory beast, hungry and relentless? In that moment, time twisted and warped, stretching like shadows in the fading light. I remember thinking of the cosmos, the stars scattered across the night sky, small, distant, like dreams slipping through our fingers. Each twinkle felt like a reminder of what was at stake, of lives intertwined and destinies colliding. Lysander caught my eye as he stepped away from our gathering, the burden of his duty calling him like a siren song. "We stand together," he said, voice like a thunderclap. "We fight for what is ours. For freedom." Freedom. Such a lofty word, heavy with promise yet laced with the bitter taste of iron. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to stand firm beside him as he faced the unknown. But the truth gnawed at my insides, a root of doubt that grew deeper with each heartbeat. I was not born to wield a sword, I was born to linger in the shadows, to watch as others stepped into glory while I faded into the background. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a cloak of twilight, the first cries of battle echoed in the distance, a symphony of chaos that drew nearer, each note sharper than the last. The air crackled with energy, the anticipation thick and heady. Everything felt unreal, as if we were caught in a dream from which there was no waking. I remember the sound of Lysander's footsteps, each one a drumbeat of fate, as he moved towards the chaos. I wanted to scream, to pull him back and beg him to stay. But before I could utter a word, he turned and looked into my soul, a fire igniting in his gaze. "I will come back for you," he promised, a vow that hung like a fragile thread between us, as trembling as the breath escaping my lips. The moment shattered as the first clang of metal rang out, the world erupting into chaos. I stood paralyzed, watching as the soldiers surged forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the rocks of destiny. Bodies collided, screams echoed, a cacophony of life and death. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the air thickening with sweat, fear, and the iron tang of blood. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to scream battle cries alongside my brother, to charge into the fray. But instead, I stood rooted, a silent observer, my heart torn between the urge to flee and the desire to fight. The reality of war washed over me, a brutal tide of despair and desperation. And amidst it all, Cassie remained, a beacon of light in the swirling darkness. Her eyes searched for me, filled with an overwhelming hope that felt almost cruel. "You have to fight, too," she shouted, but the words felt like daggers, piercing through the haze of fear enveloping me. The cacophony of battle swirled around us, a cruel reminder of the choices we had to make. I was caught in a storm, a tempest of emotions that threatened to rip me apart. I could feel the edges of my resolve fraying, the weight of expectations crushing me. Time ticked on, the distant calls of warriors echoing across the field, and I stood, a ghost among the living, trapped in a moment that felt endless. My heart raced as I realized the battle was not just against the Persians, it was against the very essence of ourselves, the fears, the doubts, the shadows lurking in our souls, waiting to consume us whole. And then, in the blink of an eye, I was standing on the precipice of something monumental, staring into the abyss of what was to come, knowing that the fight we faced was more than mere survival. It was a fight for our very souls. The sun hung low in the sky, a bruised orange, casting stark shadows that clawed at the earth. The air was thick, a living thing, heavy with the scent of sweat and fear. I could hear the distant clang of metal, swords clashing, shields splintering, like a heartbeat echoing through the valley of despair. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, as chaos swirled around me. "Stand firm!" The roar of my commander, Darius, cut through the noise, a desperate plea that only half of us could muster. His eyes were wild, a tempest of fury and fear, reflecting the very essence of our situation, a mercenary caught in the throes of a Persian campaign, where loyalty was as fleeting as the wind. "Fight for your lives!" We were a ragtag group, stitched together by desperation and the promise of gold. Each of us held our reasons close, buried beneath layers of sinew and sinecure, yet none of that mattered now. Gritting my teeth, I gripped my sword tighter. I remembered the taste of earth, the choking dust, how it clung to my skin like regret. I remembered why I was here. A low rumble rolled through the hills, a reminder of the Persian cavalry approaching. They were a storm on the horizon, a dark shadow that promised annihilation. My heart raced with memories of home, of laughter, of a time when life didn't hang by a thread. I could almost hear my mother's voice, "Don't lose yourself in the darkness." Oh, but here I was, lost in the very darkness she warned me against. Beside me, Lucius, a man with a grin that could charm a snake, faltered. His bravado evaporated like mist under the scorching sun. "What are we doing here, Caden?" His voice trembled, and in that moment, I recognized the raw fear clawing at him, the same fear that gripped my own heart. "Surviving," I whispered, and it felt like an apology. But behind that bravado lay a deeper conflict, a gnawing doubt. Lucius had played the part of the merry jester throughout our campaigns, but beneath the mask, he was unraveling. The laughter had turned hollow, and the weight of our choices bore down on him more than anyone could know. He had a family to return to, a daughter who awaited his tales of valor, and each day he fought, I saw his resolve waver. I could feel his heartbeat, a frantic rhythm echoing my own, both of us dancing on the precipice of death. And then there was Arya, a fierce warrior with a past that haunted her like a relentless specter. Her scars told stories that words could not, each mark a reminder of battles fought and lost. She stood a few paces away, eyes narrowed, watching the approaching phalanx. I could sense her tension, her breath held as if she could will time to freeze, hold back the inevitable. "Don't think about it," she often said. "You focus on the fight, not what follows." But I knew the truth, she thought about it constantly. The ghosts of friends fallen, the comrades whose faces flickered in her mind like candle flames in the wind. I wanted to reach out, whisper that we were all haunted, but the fear that gripped me turned my words into ashes. The cavalry surged forward, a wave of glistening armor and unrelenting fury. Their horses pounded the ground, a thunderous roar that resonated with the very marrow of my bones. I could see their eyes, cold and unyielding, reflecting the sun's dying light, and I felt an icy hand clutch my heart. "Charge!" Darius bellowed, and suddenly, we were stumbling into the fray, our fears stripped bare, exposed in the light of battle. My sword swung wildly, cutting through flesh and armor, but each kill felt like a weight added to my soul. I remembered the faces of those I'd taken down, the cries that echoed in the chambers of my mind. Lucius fought alongside me, his laughter long gone, replaced by the primal instinct to survive. I could see his hands trembling, could feel his breath quickening with every swing. "Caden," he shouted, "we have to get out." But there was no escaping the chaos, no retreating from the destiny we'd chosen. Each moment stretched, eternity folding around us in violent waves, as if time itself had been shattered into a million pieces. The air was thick with the tang of blood, screams rose like a cacophony, and in those fleeting seconds, I found clarity. I remembered the reason we were here: gold, glory, the fleeting taste of freedom in a world that chained us. But the irony of it all, the bitter chill, I was fighting for something that felt less real with each swing of my sword. "Look out!" Arya's voice sliced through the chaos as I turned, the glint of a Persian spear finding its mark. Time slowed as the world shifted underfoot, my heart racing against the clock of fate. I saw her move, swift and powerful, a flash of defiance against the tide of despair. She lunged, pushing Lucius out of the way, and in that moment, shadows of her past collided with their present. The spear plunged deep into her side, and my heart shattered at the sight. I rushed to her side, the chaos around us fading into a dull roar. "Arya!" I called, desperation wrapping around me like a vice. Her eyes met mine, fierce yet soft, and in that gaze, I saw the weight of her choices, the burden she bore. "Fight," she gasped, voice barely a whisper, "for the stories." The world blurred into a haze, shadows creeping along the edges of my vision, and anger surged through me like fire. I let out a raw scream, an animalistic sound born of loss and fury. In those fleeting moments, as the battle raged on, life and death swirled into a frenzied dance. The lines blurred, we were mercenaries, fighters, but more than that, we were human, flawed, tangled in a web of emotional turmoil. Each heartbeat echoed in the aftermath of loss, each breath heavy with the weight of survival. And then, time snapped back, the chaos pulling me back in. I charged forward, fueled by rage and heartbreak, the sword in my hand feeling like an extension of my very soul, ready to carve through the storm. The Persian cavalry surged, but now it was different. This wasn't just a fight for gold, it was a fight for the souls lost, for the memories we carried, and for the ones who were still standing. The night crept closer, shadows lengthening, as the battle raged on. I knew this was just the beginning, that the echoes of this day would haunt us forever, but I felt alive in the chaos. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. Silence hung thick in the air, a deep, unsettling silence that clung to the skin like a cold sweat. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the battlefield, each one a memory of lives lost, a promise broken. I shivered, though the heat of the day pressed against my back. I could hear the faint rustle of armor, a ghostly chorus of clanks and creaks, a dreadful reminder of what was to come. It was a lull before the storm, and every heartbeat echoed with an impending dread that made my blood feel like ice. I remember the faces around me as strangers turned brothers in arms, forged by fear and resolve. Men like Lysander, whose hand shook not from the uncertainty of battle, but from the weight of his past. He had a family once, a daughter with laughter that rang like bells. Now, she was a distant memory, receding like the tide. The ache in his chest mirrored my own. I had lost much in this war, though I still grasped the thread of hope, a frail thing, but it was there. And then there was Callista, fierce as a winter storm, her eyes blazing with defiance. She was a warrior, yes, but she was also a woman burdened with the ghosts of her fallen comrades, each one pulling at her heartstrings like a cruel puppeteer. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a prelude to the chaos that would soon ensue. I could taste the metallic tang of fear mixed with the bitter scent of sweat and earth. I remember scanning the horizon, the dust swirling like spirits in the wind, and in that moment, time stretched and warped. Memories of laughter and warmth felt like dreams slipping away. I clutched my sword tighter, the hilt cold and unforgiving, a reminder of the choices I had made. Today, we fight for more than ourselves. Lysander's voice broke through the tension, raw and frayed, but it caught the attention of the men around him. His eyes glimmered with a fervor that made my heart race. We fight for our families, for our city. We cannot let the Persian shadows swallow us whole. And with that, a roar of agreement rumbled through the ranks, a wave of adrenaline crashing over us, lifting the fear, if only for an instant. But I saw it in Lysander's eyes. This was not just about glory, this was about redemption. He was a man on the edge, teetering between courage and despair, and I wondered if he would find his peace today, or if he would be swallowed by the very darkness he sought to defeat. The sky darkened, the sun retreating behind a curtain of clouds as the Persian forces approached, a swell of bodies, a tide of fate. Their armor glinted ominously, a sea of grey and bronze, and my heart thudded painfully in my chest. I could see their banners fluttering, a cruel mockery of our own. Time slipped, seconds stretched into hours, and I found myself caught in the web of past and present. Callista stepped forward, her breath steadying, her sword raised high. I admired her fierce spirit, the way she seemed to summon courage from the very earth beneath her feet. Remember what they took from us, she bellowed, her voice rising above the murmurs of men. Remember your brothers. Remember your sisters. Let's make their sacrifice count. With a final breath, she charged forward, and I felt the world erupt around me. War drums thundered in my ears, drowning out any thoughts of escape. The ground quaked with each step, each heart pounding, a synchronized rhythm of desperation and defiance. I followed, propelled by the sheer force of her spirit, the haunting echoes of the past urging us onward. And then it began. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos. I felt adrenaline surge through my veins, a dangerous euphoria that twisted my stomach. Every swing of my sword was laced with a desperate hope, every block a shield against the ghosts that whispered my name. I saw Lysander fighting fiercely, rage and grief entwined, his every movement a dance with fate. But amidst the fray, shadows lingered. I caught glimpses of the fallen, faces I had known, comrades reduced to mere memories, their screams echoing in my mind. The weight of their loss crashed over me, and I stumbled for a moment, disoriented by the cacophony of battle, the cries of the living mingling with the wails of the dead. Stay focused! Callista's voice cut through the fog, her presence a beacon in the madness. She fought like a whirlwind, a tempest of wrath and sorrow, each swing of her sword a prayer for the fallen. I remembered her laughter, how it lit up the dark corners of our makeshift camp, how it was a promise that we would emerge from this alive. But the battlefield offered no promises, only the brutal reality of survival. I watched as Lysander fell, a spear thrust through his side like a cruel twist of fate. His eyes met mine, a silent plea, a question without words. I could do nothing but scream, a raw, primal sound that echoed into the void. In that moment, time stopped. The chaos around me melted away, and all that remained was the weight of his sacrifice. I charged forward, a man possessed, rage surging through me like a wildfire. I fought against the tide of despair, for every swing of my sword was a remembrance, a tribute to those who could no longer fight. And then I saw Callista, surrounded, outnumbered, her fierce heart threatening to be extinguished. I lunged, driven by something primal, an ancient instinct to protect, to save. But as I fought through the mass of bodies, I could feel the darkness closing in, the weight of the inevitable pressing down. The sky darkened further, the sun swallowed by the encroaching storm. This was our final confrontation, our moment, but it felt like an omen, like an eclipse, a harbinger of loss. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale heavy with the weight of sacrifice, each exhale a prayer that lingered in the air. And as the tide of battle surged, a single thought echoed in my mind: we were more than warriors, we were the embodiment of hope and despair, love and loss, a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of history. The echoes of our struggle would linger long after the dust settled, long after the world moved on. With a final roar, I pushed forward, a man against the shadows, and it dawned on me, this was not just a fight for survival. It was a fight for memory, for the souls that had woven themselves into the very fabric of this war. The battle raged on, but I could feel the heartbeat of time, the rhythm of life pulsing through the chaos, binding us all in a tapestry of fate that could never be undone. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke that curled from the fires of the camp. I stood at the edge of a world unraveling, my heart pounding like a war drum. Shadows danced across the ground, wrestling with the flickering light, as whispers of despair echoed through the ranks of the Persian army, a vast sea of men, each one a tempest in his own right, hearts heavy with the weight of impending doom. I caught sight of my brother, Darius, his face a mask of fear and determination. We were brothers forged in battle, tempered by the sting of lost dreams, yet here we were, teetering on the brink of annihilation. "Stand your ground," the commander roared, but his voice sounded distant, lost among the clamor of fear and anger. I could see the ghosts of failure swirling around him. Each man here was haunted, not just by the specter of Greek warriors, but by the specter of their own doubts. "This is our fate," he continued, his words dripping with a desperation that clung to the air like the pungent scent of sweat and blood. I remember the first time I held a sword, how it felt like an extension of my own body. But now? Now it felt like a burden, heavy with the weight of my family's legacy, fighting not just for survival, but for honor. I turned to Darius, desperation clawing at my insides. "What if we lose?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, carried away by the swell of chaos. "Then we die like men," he replied, his conviction shaking me. "But we die fighting." The ground beneath us trembled, not from the march of soldiers, but from the pulse of fate itself, a heartbeat echoing in the chilling silence that followed. The sun dipped low, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, as if the heavens themselves were witnessing our fall. And somewhere in that fading light, I saw the faces of the enemy, striking, fierce, determined. They were not just warriors, they were the embodiments of our failures, of our misunderstandings. I could feel their gaze piercing through the veil of my bravado, challenging my very existence. Then, the first arrow sliced through the air, a comet of death that struck down a soldier beside me. The world froze. I remember the sound of his body hitting the ground, a final thud that shook the very core of my being. Panic erupted like wildfire. Men scrambled, hearts racing, gasping for breath and meaning. Darius grabbed my arm, his grip a lifeline. "Stay with me," he shouted, but I was lost in the chaos, drowning in the cacophony of despair. Fear transformed into anger, a searing fire in my veins. I lunged forward, sword raised, a desperate warrior against the encroaching darkness. Each swing became a catharsis, an expression of all the pain I had bottled inside. I fought not just for survival, but to silence the voices that taunted me, reminders of the failures that had brought me here, whispers of family loyalties, of love lost among the ruins of war. And then, a figure emerged from the shadows, a Greek warrior, fierce and wild, his eyes ablaze with a fury that mirrored my own. We clashed, steel meeting steel, a symphony of rage and desperation. In that instant, as our swords danced in an intricate ballet of survival, I saw not an enemy, but a reflection of myself, broken, haunted, and desperate. There was no glory here, only survival against overwhelming odds. The world around us began to blur, time twisted and stretched like a taut bowstring. I thought of my mother, her hands weaving stories of courage and promise, and for one fleeting moment, I wished I could escape this hell. I wished for laughter, for the warmth of home, for the mundane problems of life before the war consumed us whole. I gasped as I fought. I remember playing as children in the fields, dreaming of battles like these, but those dreams had turned to nightmares. My breath quickened, each gulp of air a reminder of the weight of my choices. I saw Darius fighting valiantly, but his back was turned, and for one heart-stopping moment, I feared for him. Would he become just another ghost haunting the battlefield? The clash of metal rang out again, and I found myself lost in the whirlwind of violence and emotion. Each strike, each parry was not just a battle against the Greeks, but a battle against my own heart. Regret surged within me, regret for not cherishing the mundane, the simple joys. I remembered the day we bathed in the river, the laughter echoing like sweet music. Life was so easy then, I thought, choking on the memories, so earthy. But now, we were trapped in this moment, where every breath was a prayer, every heartbeat a plea for survival. The war raged on, a chaotic tapestry woven with threads of desperation and fear. I fought, not just for my life, but for every lost moment, every silent goodbye, every dream that had been snuffed out by the relentless march of time. The sun dipped lower, drowning the battlefield in shadow. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, a suffocating reminder of past mistakes. Each blow against my opponent became a lesson, a reflection of the Greek wars that had shaped our fates. What have we learned? I cried out, the words escaping my lips like a haunting melody. But there were no answers here, only the echo of our struggles, the raw emotion of a retreating empire. I looked back at Darius, his eyes fierce, his spirit unbroken. "Fight," he roared, and those words ignited a spark within me, a reminder of who we were, of what we stood for. And as the battle raged on, I realized the retreat was not just physical, it was a retreat from the dreams we once had, from the bonds that held us together. But in the chaos, in the fray, we found ourselves anew. Each heartbeat was a vow or a promise whispered into the void, a testament to resilience that no war could extinguish. Time flowed differently here, moments stretched like the shadows that danced across the battlefield. I felt the weight of our choices, the burden of our past, and yet, amidst the chaos, I found a flicker, a fragile thread of hope that wove through the despair. We were men, flawed and broken, but we were alive. And as I faced the Greek warrior, I knew one thing: this was just the beginning. The lesson was a brutal one, and the retreat would always haunt us. But in that haunting, we would find the strength to rise again. Amidst the cries of men and the clash of swords, I could hear the universe itself whispering, urging us onward, reminding us that every ending is but a prelude to another beginning. The battle was far from over, and the echo of our hearts would continue, relentless and unyielding, shaping the stories yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb bleeding deep reds and burnished golds across the horizon. I stood at the edge of the city, a kaleidoscope of contrasts, shadows creeping up the ancient stone walls like whispers of forgotten dreams. There, in the twilight, the ghosts of philosophers lingered, and I could almost hear their murmurs, threading wisdom into the fabric of European thought. It felt like a heartbeat, a pull, a deep-set yearning that scratched at the back of my mind. I remember the first time I grasped the weight of Persian philosophy. The light from the setting sun caught the edges of my worn parchment, illuminating the words of Avicenna, weaving reality and illusion into something so achingly beautiful, it brought tears to my eyes. I could feel my chest tighten as I read, the tension building like a storm on the horizon. What is the self? He posed, a question that ripped through my soul like a gnarled hand grasping for clarity. Behind me, Ilara stood, her breath hitching in her throat. The shadows danced around her, pooling like ink, but she was lost in her own world, her heart torn between two realms. She was a scholar, a seeker of truth, yet burdened by an unrelenting doubt. Every line of Avicenna's work felt like a mirror reflecting her own confusion, the haunting specter of her father's legacy creeping in. He had once been a titan in the realm of philosophy, but his shadow loomed large, casting darkness over her attempts to step into the light. "What if I'm not enough?" she whispered, voice trembling, each word a tentative step into the abyss. In stark contrast, there was Malik, a fierce spirit wrapped in the guise of a skeptic. He stood defiantly against the encroaching night, arms crossed, a warrior against the phantoms of thought. "Persian philosophy is just a mask," he sneered, a challenge woven into every breath. A glittering facade hiding the void. His heart pulsed with a disruptive energy, a storm brewing within him, torn between his admiration for the wisdom he could not deny and his commitment to the harsh reality of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a heavy silence descended, a cocoon wrapping us in its weight. I felt it, the electric charge in the air, the tension building, drawing us all toward an inevitable confrontation. The cosmos watched, the stars blinking into existence, unbothered by our mortal struggles. They shimmered like ancient watchers, holding secrets we could barely grasp, a reminder of time's relentless march and the fleeting nature of our existence. Ilara's fingers trembled as she picked up her quill, the ink a stark contrast to the pale parchment. Each stroke felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of creation against the encroaching darkness. "Look at this," she urged, her voice raw with urgency. "The way Rumi speaks of love, of connection, it's transcendent." The passion in her eyes ignited a fire deep within me, igniting my own understanding of the human experience. But Malik scoffed, breaking the moment like glass shattering on stone. Transcendent? Or just a pretty word for the chaos of human desire? His laughter was bitter, echoing through the silence, a cruel reminder of reality's grip. "Love doesn't save us, it ensnares us. Look at history, the blood, the war, the pestilence. We're just vessels for pain." Each breath felt heavier, thick with despair. The night wrapped around us, stifling and profound. I could sense the weight of their turmoil pressing against my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of what it meant to grapple with existence. I watched as Ilara's spirit dimmed, the shadows creeping closer, threatening to swallow her whole. "But what if that pain teaches us?" she gasped, her voice cracking. "What if it leads us to understand?" The silence hung, a precipice teetering on the edge of revelation. I saw Malik waver, his confidence cracking, revealing a vulnerable heart beneath the bravado. What if we're all just echoes of those who came before us, trying to make sense of it all? The question lingered in the air, heavy and poignant, a shift that rattled us to our cores. And then, like a trigger pulled, the air exploded with everything we had hidden, our fears, our ambitions, our heartaches. Ilara's voice rose, fierce and unyielding. "We are the sum of our histories. Persian thought is a thread in the tapestry of who we are. It challenges us, questions us, forces us to confront the void." Her words fell like rain, each drop a spark in the growing inferno of dialogue, igniting the night. Malik stepped closer, tension coiling around us like ivy. "But are we not bound by our own limitations? Philosophers argue in circles, grappling with the eternal, while the world plunges into chaos." He was on the precipice, and I could see the swirling storm in his eyes, an emotional tempest threatening to erupt. And there I stood, caught between them, heart racing. I understood their pain, their struggle, the weight of philosophical ghosts clawing for attention. I remember feeling the pulse of history, a living entity, a beast that would not be tamed. The Persian poets, the philosophers, the ancient wisdom, they were not mere echoes, they were the fabric of our existence, weaving through our lives like shadows in the night. "Maybe it's all a dance," I found myself saying, voice trembling as if the words were plucked from the ether. A waltz between the past and present, between understanding and despair. We hold the brush, painting our reality, even as the canvas crumbles. The intensity of the moment thrummed through the air, every heartbeat a reminder of our shared humanity. The cosmos seemed to press closer, the stars flickering like distant dreams, watching as we grappled with the weight of thought, the burden of existence. And just as the final notes of our emotional crescendo hung in the air, unanswered questions lingered like uninvited guests at the edges of our minds, shrouded in the darkness of the night, their presence undeniable. The world outside continued to spin, but within that moment, we were caught in the web of thought, of feeling, dancing on the precipice of what it meant to be human, entangled in the legacy of Persian philosophy, forever entwined with the unfolding story of our souls. The sun hung low over the city of Rome, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of both glory and ruin. A clash echoed in the air, the metallic tang of fear mixed with determination. The ground trembled as soldiers marched, boots striking hard against the cobblestones, a heartbeat of chaos that pulsed through the narrow streets. I could hear my own breath, jagged and shallow, as I crouched behind a crumbling wall, heart racing, each beat a reminder that I was alive, at least for now. There he stood, Gaius, a man torn between loyalty and ambition. His jaw clenched tight as he watched the soldiers prepare for battle, the glint of bronze helmets catching the dying light. I could see the storm in his eyes, fear of failure, the weight of expectation pressing down like a heavy cloak. He was a soldier, yes, but also a son, a brother, and in that moment, he was nothing but a man faced with the abyss of his own choices. I remember how he had once laughed, carefree, under the vast Roman sky, the world stretched out like a promise. But now, that laughter felt like a distant echo, drowned by the cries of war. And there was Livia, her dark hair a tangle of wild beauty, her spirit a fire that could ignite the coldest heart. She stood across the street, her eyes scanning the horizon, searching for something, someone. I could see the flicker of hope, or was it desperation, in her gaze. She loved Gaius, but love was a cruel mistress in these times. Every heartbeat seemed to pull her further into a web of sacrifice and longing. I remember her words, filled with passion but laced with sorrow. What is a soldier without his heart? What is a heart without its soldier? A horn blared, shattering the fragile silence, a deafening signal that sent ripples of anxiety through the crowd. The air smelled of sweat and the sharpness of iron, a scent that clung to the throat like regret. Gaius straightened, the resolve flooding his features. It was now or never. He had to make a choice, and every choice came with a price. It was not just the enemies he faced on the battlefield, it was the demons inside him, the voices that questioned his worth, his courage. Could he fight for the glory of Rome? Could he bear the weight of a legacy that felt both heavy and hollow? Livia's heart raced as she watched him. Each step he took was a step closer to danger and perhaps, a step away from her. "Come back to me," she whispered, though the words fell like leaves in autumn, beautiful and fleeting. But the distance between them felt insurmountable, as if the very gods conspired to keep them apart. I remember how the sun dipped lower, casting Gaius in a fiery glow, making him look like a hero out of myth, but the reality was far grimmer. He was just a man, a flawed man, and I could see the shadows creeping around him, whispering of doubt and despair. The clash of swords was deafening, a brutal symphony that reverberated through the city. Gaius fought valiantly, but it was as if time itself slowed down, each swing of his sword a desperate attempt to carve out a future. The faces of his comrades twisted in agony and rage, and I felt the weight of their fears as my own. Blood soaked into the dirt, painting the earth with stories that would never be told, whispers of lives extinguished too soon. I remember the chill that crept down my spine, the realization that war was not a tale of glory, but a desperate struggle for survival. Through the chaos, Livia found herself among the fallen, the cries of the wounded a haunting melody. Her heart thudded like a war drum, and she rushed towards the fray, the fire within her refusing to be extinguished. "Gaius," she cried, her voice cutting through the tumult, a beacon amid the darkness. I watched her, heart pounding, knowing the danger that lay ahead. Was love worth such sacrifice? But Gaius was lost in the frenzy, his mind a tempest of obligation and fear. He fought not just for the glory of Rome but to prove himself, to silence the whispers that echoed in his mind. The clash of swords around him was a cacophony of desperation that mirrored his own internal struggle. Did he fight for honor, or was it merely a shield against his own insecurities? Every strike felt personal, a battle against the demons that clawed at his soul. I remember the moment he saw her, Livia, a flash of light in a world turned dark. Time froze. In that heartbeat, everything shifted. The battlefield blurred, and all he could see was her, the wildness in her eyes, the hope, the love. It was as if the universe conspired to pull them together, yet the chaos of war sought to tear them apart. "Livia! Stay back," he shouted, but the words were swallowed by the roar of conflict. In that moment, the world grew quiet, the cacophony fading into a haunting silence, echoing only the weight of their unspoken words. Gaius felt the weight of responsibility pressing down like a stone. He was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for the promise of a life with her, a life filled with laughter and dreams. The ghost of what could be hung heavy in the air, a shimmering mirage that threatened to vanish with a single misstep. But the universe is cruel, and fate has a twisted sense of humor. A shadow loomed, a soldier he had not seen, the glint of steel catching the light in a final, deadly flash. It pierced through Gaius's resolve like a knife to the heart, and time resumed its merciless march, the world crashing back into a symphony of violence and despair. Livia screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through the chaos. Her heart shattered, splintering into a million pieces as she witnessed the love of her life falter. In that moment, the lines between life and death blurred, the weight of their unspoken promises hanging in the air like a thick fog. I remember the sense of impending doom, a darkness that threatened to swallow them both whole. And as the dust settled, as the echoes of battle faded into the night, the city of Rome stood still, caught in a moment of breathless anticipation. The rise of an empire was painted in blood and tears, a tapestry of dreams intertwined with despair. And the stars above, indifferent and ancient, bore witness to it all, the agony, the joy, the fleeting nature of life itself. But the story didn't end here. No, it had only begun. The ghosts of their choices lingered, waiting to weave their fate into the fabric of history. The rise of Rome was not just a tale of power, it was a tale of love, loss, and the relentless struggle for meaning amid the chaos. The night loomed heavy with untold stories, and somewhere in the shadows, the next chapter awaited. The sun dipped low over the sprawling city of Persepolis, casting long shadows that curled like fingers reaching into the depths of human despair. I stood beneath the towering pillars, the remnants of glory crumbling into dust, and felt the weight of 1,000 hearts beating in synchrony with my own. Each beat echoed the pulse of a civilization on the brink of collapse, a heartbeat that thrummed with the agony of lost dreams and shattered ambitions. I remember the day the whispers began. In a crowded market, the air thick with the scent of spices and sweat, a merchant leaned in close, his voice barely a breath above the din. "The king grows weak," he hissed, eyes darting like frightened birds. The satrap's plot. And there they were, three souls entwined in the web of a dying empire: Cyrus, the once mighty satrap of Lydia, his armor tarnished but spirit aflame; Artaxerxes, the young king, his brow furrowed with the weight of a crown too heavy for such fragile shoulders; and Zara, the fierce daughter of a fallen general, her heart a storm that raged against the fading light of her world. Cyrus held a dagger, its blade glimmering wickedly in the dimming light, a relic of battles long past. It felt heavy in his hand, a promise of vengeance against the traitors that lurked in the shadows. "I will not bow to their betrayal," he growled, voice low and gravelly, like stones scraping against one another. The thought of his throne slipping through his fingers ignited a fire in his belly. This was not merely a fight for power, but a battle for honor, for legacy. "We will rise, or we will fall together." But Artaxerxes stood frozen, a specter of indecision. The whispers clawed at his psyche, a relentless echo that spiraled into dread. "What if they are right?" he pondered aloud, his voice trembling like a child lost in the night. "What if I am not enough?" The weight of kingship pressed down upon him, a noose tightening with every breath. He gazed into the distance, longing for clarity, yet all he found were the faces of those he could not protect. He was a boy in a man's world, and the crown was a shackle that threatened to crush him. And then there was Zara, her fierce spirit a blazing torch amid the encroaching darkness. With hair the color of raven wings, she moved like a shadow through the ruins of her once proud city. "We are the blood of warriors," she cried, rallying the remnants of her father's followers, her voice rising like a tempest against the gathering storm. "We will not cower in the face of betrayal." But beneath her fierce exterior, her heart quaked. She felt the aching loss of her father, a ghost haunting her every decision, whispering of courage and sacrifice, urging her to take up the mantle of leadership. As the sun sank into the horizon, the shadows grew deeper, swallowing the last vestiges of light. The air thickened with tension, the silence pregnant with the weight of what was to come. I could almost hear the ticking of an invisible clock, each second a countdown to chaos. Cyrus paced, his mind racing. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions," he asserted, but with each word, the tremor of doubt crept in. "We must strike first, we will take back what is ours." His resolve was palpable, a fire igniting the air around him, but inside, a flicker of uncertainty gnawed at his core. Was he the hero he believed himself to be, or merely a desperate man clinging to a fading dream? Artaxerxes, wrestling with the chains of his own making, felt the world closing in, the walls of his palace pressing against him like the weight of a dying star. "I cannot lead a war," he admitted, his voice breaking like glass. "What if I fail?" The fear of failing his people was a phantom that clawed at his insides, whispering that perhaps the whispers were true, that he wasn't fit to wear the crown, that he would be the one to bury their hopes. And Zara, fierce and unyielding, felt the fire flicker in her chest. "We are stronger together," she urged, her words slicing through the tension like a blade. "If we unite, if we fight for each other, we can forge a new path." But her heart ached with the knowledge that loyalty was a fragile thread, easily snapped by betrayal. She looked into their eyes, Cyrus, consumed by his thirst for vengeance, Artaxerxes, paralyzed by fear, and knew that the cracks in their unity were widening, threatening to unravel them all. The night deepened, the stars flickering like distant memories, watching silently as the Persian Empire writhed in turmoil. The air crackled with an electric charge, a foreboding omen of what was to come. The voices of discontent grew louder, whispers turning to shouts, shadows transforming into figures in the dark, traitors lurking, waiting for the moment to strike. Cyrus's fist clenched around the dagger, knuckles white against the gathering darkness. "Tonight, we make our stand," he declared, a battle cry echoing into the void, daring anyone to challenge them. But his heart raced, each thud a reminder of his own doubts. Could he rally the masses? Would they follow him into the abyss? Artaxerxes felt the weight of expectation pressing against his chest, constricting his breath. "What if they turn against me?" His voice trembled, fear spilling forth like blood from a fresh wound. In that moment, he saw the ghosts of those who had fallen, men and women whose dreams had turned to ash. The throne he sat upon felt like a trap, an echo chamber of despair. Zara, emboldened yet faltering, took a deep breath. "We fight not just for ourselves," she implored, her voice fierce against the rising tide of doubt. "We fight for our fathers, for our people. We will not let their sacrifices be in vain." But even as she spoke, she felt the gnawing doubt settle within her. Was her fire enough to ignite a revolution? And as the clock struck midnight, the air shimmered with an unspoken promise of betrayal, of loyalty, of a world on the brink of implosion. The shadows of Persepolis writhed and danced, haunted by the specters of a past that refused to let go. The stage was set, the players ready, and the impending storm loomed like a beast on the horizon, waiting to swallow them whole. In that moment, as the stars flickered ominously above, I felt their fears, their hopes, their desperate struggle to cling to a life that seemed to slip further away with every heartbeat. The despair of those three souls clashed against the backdrop of an empire crumbling, a narrative that had no right to be forgotten, a story of abandonment, loyalty, and the haunting weight of legacy. And so they stood, at the precipice, teetering between the abyss and the light, each whisper of fate swirling like a tempest, threatening to engulf them in a tide of chaos. They were not just characters in a tale of decline, they were echoes of our own struggles, reflections of the timeless battle between hope and despair, loyalty and betrayal, the never-ending cycle of human existence. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and anticipation, as the sun dipped low on the horizon. Shadows stretched long across the landscape, a tapestry of greens and browns, each blade of grass whispering in the wind. I could hear the distant clang of swords, the chaotic symphony of metal against metal, a sound that resonated in my bones, quickening my pulse. This was it, the moment when everything would change, when the dreams of glory would collide with the brutal reality of war. I remember the faces, etched in my mind like the scars of battle. There was Callisthenes, the historian, with ink-stained fingers and eyes that sparkled with unyielding curiosity. He was there to capture the essence of Alexander's conquest, to mold history with his quill. But now, all the grand tales he would one day write felt so distant. In this moment, he was just a man, terrified and trembling, clutching his scrolls like a lifeline. "What if this is it?" he whispered, eyes darting around, searching for the safety of a story that felt ever more like a dream fading into the night. Then there was Lysander, fierce and ambitious, a soldier whose loyalty burned brighter than the fire of 1,000 suns. His hair was tousled, wild with the fervor of battle, but it was the fear simmering beneath his bravado that gripped my heart. He was a warrior, yes, but also a boy who had not yet seen the world beyond the horizon. "They're just men, aren't they?" he said, voice trembling slightly, but I could see the doubt behind his bravado, like a shadow creeping up the wall. "Just men like us." Yet, I knew, as did he, that men could be monsters when driven by the scent of power. And then came the Macedonians, a force that was more legend than flesh. They moved like a tide, relentless and unstoppable, an ocean of bronze and iron. I felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, a pulse that echoed through the very core of me. There was something deeply unsettling about their approach, an intoxicating blend of dread and excitement that coursed through the air like an electric storm. I could almost taste the fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic, as I watched their banners whip in the wind, each one a declaration that they would claim everything, even our very souls. Time felt fractured, moments slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I remember staring into the eyes of a soldier, his gaze a mirror reflecting my own turmoil. His lips moved, but the words were lost to the chaos swirling around us. I could only see the flicker of uncertainty, a silent plea for survival. What dreams had brought him here? What thoughts haunted his nights? Would he ever return home, or would he become just another name etched on a forgotten stone? The clash erupted like thunder, a wave of sound that crashed over us, drowning out thoughts of glory and honor. The first impact sent shockwaves through my chest, and I staggered back, caught in the visceral dance of life and death. The screams of the dying mingled with the battle cries of men, a haunting melody that would echo through eternity. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound seeped through, a grim reminder that history is never written without blood. Callisthenes dropped his scrolls, the ink smudging as his hands shook violently. I can't bear this," he gasped, tears shimmering in his eyes. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that it was all part of the story, that the ink would dry and the memory would live on. But how could I? The reality was that stories could not shield us from the horror unfolding before our eyes. "Fight!" Lysander bellowed, his voice slicing through the cacophony. He lunged forward, a lion among sheep, his sword raised high, but I could see the fear flickering beneath his bravado. It was a dance with death, a macabre waltz, and for every victory, there would be a toll, a life claimed and a soul lost. Fight for our dreams. But whose dreams? Dreams often died on the battlefield, buried beneath the weight of ambition and pride. And just when it seemed all was lost, when despair threatened to swallow us whole, there was an eerie moment of stillness. The world paused, as if the very cosmos held its breath. I stood at the edge of that forgotten moment, eyes wide, heart pounding. Time stretched into eternity as I watched Lysander's blade slice through the air, a glint of silver in the dim light. In that second, he was no longer just a boy, he was a force of nature, a storm unleashed. I could scarcely breathe as the realization settled in. This was not simply about conquest, it was about survival, about the raw, unfiltered essence of humanity. The line between man and monster blurred, and I could feel it in the marrow of my bones. Every triumph came at a price, every victory tasted like ashes. "Remember us!" Callisthenes cried out, his voice barely a whisper against the clamoring battle. "Remember this moment." But how could we? How could anyone encapsulate this chaos, this whirlwind of emotion and terror? Would the ink ever be thick enough to capture the weight of our fears, the sting of our losses? As the battle raged on, the darkness deepened, shadows swallowing the light, and I felt myself being pulled into the void, a swirling abyss of uncertainty. The cries of the fallen mingled with the rising tide of victory, a haunting echo that would linger long after the dust settled. I could almost feel the ghosts of those who would never return, their faces glimmering in the periphery of my vision. You can't escape this, I whispered to myself, a mantra that resonated deep within. You can't turn away. This was our fate, blooded and raw, yet achingly beautiful in its truth. In the heart of chaos, there lay a story waiting to be told, waiting for someone brave enough to face the darkness. It was a moment suspended in time, where dreams collided with reality, where every heartbeat echoed the inevitability of what was to come. And as the last shouts of battle faded into the night, the only sound left was the hollow thrum of anticipation, a promise dangling in the air, whispering of journeys yet to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, a dying ember that cast twisted shadows upon the battlefield, a whisper of chaos brewing in the air. Dust swirled like restless spirits around the feet of soldiers, the scent of sweat and fear thickening with each frantic heartbeat. I stood there, heart pounding, as my eyes locked onto Marcus, a Roman centurion, his brow furrowed, lips a tight line of resolve. He was a man forged in the fires of war, yet today, his armor felt heavy, burdened by the specter of Persian tactics looming over us like a storm ready to break. Look, Marcus spat, his voice a raw edge of desperation. They're not like us. They don't fight fair. His gaze flickered to the horizon, where shadows danced, an army of unseen phantoms, warriors who had mastered the art of deception, elegance mixed with brutality. I could see the fear gnawing at him, the doubt seeping into his bones. I felt it too. A cold wind swept through, chilling me to the core. I remembered, no, I felt, the stories told by the fireside, of Persian ambushes that left legions in shambles, of men turned to ghosts before their time. Each tale was a dagger, piercing through the bravado we wore like armor. And then there was Althea, a fierce archer with hair like wildfire and a heart that beat for glory. She stood a few paces away, bow taut, fingers trembling on the string. I could see the ghosts of battles past etched in her eyes. She had fought alongside Marcus, her loyalty tested by the very strategies that held them captive now. We can't let them take the high ground, she whispered, so softly it was almost lost in the wind. If they do, it's over. But what was over? I wondered. Death? Glory? Or the haunting echo of failure? Every heartbeat was a reminder of the choices that led us here, a slow march into the maw of uncertainty. Ready your arrows, Marcus commanded, grounding us back in the moment, his voice steady but rough like gravel. I watched as Althea's hands moved, her breath quickening, drawing from some deep reservoir of courage. I admired her, but there was a flicker of something darker in her eyes, an awareness of the price we might pay. Aim true, she murmured almost to herself, and I could see the way her spirit waged war against the creeping doubt. The air thickened with tension, the whispers of the past echoing in our minds. I remembered the tales of Persian cavalry that would sweep down like a tempest, a storm of thunder and steel. They were clever, elusive, masters of maneuver, the chess pieces on the battlefield, always a step ahead. We were the brute force, the unyielding wall, but what was a wall against the wind? Do not falter, Marcus growled, the rawness of his voice stirring something primal within us. But I felt the churning in my stomach, the weight of each unsaid word, the fear that surged like a tide. We were not merely up against an enemy, we were fighting the shadows of our own doubts, the ghosts of our own histories. The first clash erupted like a thunderclap, the sound cracking through the air. I was swept up in it, a cacophony of screams and steel, heart racing. I felt the adrenaline surge, a dizzying high that mingled with the scent of blood and sweat. I dodged a blade, my world narrowing to a visceral fight for survival. Each moment stretched, time bending cruelly. Marcus was a whirlwind, his sword a flicker of silver as he engaged a Persian warrior. They've learned from us, he shouted, his voice lost in the din. They adapt. They change. I saw the vicious elegance, the fluid grace of the Persian fighters, moving like water, each step a calculated dance. And in that chaos, Althea's voice broke through, crystalline above the chaos, I see them. She was a hawk among the fray, eyes sharp with focus, arrow drawn back, intent fierce. But the tension wound tighter, could we trust ourselves? Could we outmaneuver those who had studied us? Loose, she cried, and a volley of arrows flew, each one a prayer, a hope. But hope is fickle, and the battlefield does not care for the fragile hearts of soldiers. I watched as her arrows found their mark, but for every victory, a price was paid. I felt my heart wrenching, the air heavy with the cries of the fallen, the names of comrades lost swirling like smoke in the wind. And then the moment came. A Persian commander, fierce and commanding, broke through the lines, eyes trained right on Marcus. It was a duel that felt like the world paused, breaths held tight, hearts pounding like war drums. "Face me!" The command echoed, a challenge that rang true amidst the screams. Marcus stepped forward, his sword raised high, a lion ready to defend its pride. But I could see the weariness in his stance, the doubt that clawed at his resolve. "Stay back," he shouted, and yet it was too late. The tension snapped, an electric charge in the air. With each clash of swords, we were reminded, this was not just a battle of men, but of philosophies, of what it meant to fight, to live, to die. The ground trembled beneath us, memories of both glory and despair dancing around our feet. It was a tragic ballet, a reminder that in war, there are no heroes, only survivors. And as the sun began to sink into the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and ash, I felt the weight of the world pressing down. Win or lose, we are bound by this moment, I thought, the realization crashing over me like a wave. It was an emotional prison, a burden that would linger long after the battle, tethering us to the ghosts of our past. In the twilight, the whispers grew louder, shadows lengthening around us, waiting for the next move in this deadly game. I stood, heart racing, knowing that the echoes of this confrontation would never fade. The Persian influence had woven itself into our very souls. This battle was just the beginning, a prelude to the unending conflict that lay ahead, a loop of destiny entwined with the fabric of time itself. The air was thick with dust and the echoes of 1,000 whispered prayers, clinging to the ancient walls of the Nazir ul-Mulk Mosque. The stained glass windows shone like jewels, each shard of color slicing through the dimness, casting a kaleidoscope of memories upon the floor. A figure stood at the center of this sacred chaos, heart racing, breath hitching, Amina. Her hands trembled as she traced the intricate patterns etched into the tile, feeling the pulse of history beneath her fingertips. Each curve, each twist, spoke of lives lived and dreams shattered, the weight of it all pressed down on her, suffocating. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, heavy with longing. It was in this moment, amidst the grandeur, that the ghost of her father appeared, an artist lost to the fervor of imperial ambition, a man whose brush could bring the heavens down to earth. The scent of turpentine lingered in her memory, mingling with the sweet notes of nostalgia. But the beauty he sought was tainted. How could she celebrate a renaissance in which her father had been but a casualty, his heart laid bare for a world that shrugged him off? Across the centuries, the shadows danced. Far from Mina, in the bustling heart of Isfahan, there was Cave, a sculptor with dreams as grand as the domes that crowned the skyline. He stood before a block of marble, the chipped surface mocking him, teasing him with the promise of perfection. The city around him pulsed like a living entity, artisans haggling, the distant sound of a lute, laughter mingling with the cries of hawkers. But all Cave could feel was the crushing weight of expectation. "I remember," he muttered, eyes glistening with unshed tears, "when art was not a competition, when it was pure." He recalled nights spent under the stars, sketching visions of a world where beauty was free, where creativity flowed like the Zayandeh River. But now, the flow was choked by greed and rivalry. His hands, once delicate and sure, now trembled with doubt, insecurity gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. In these moments of turmoil, the city was alive. The bazaars thrummed with vibrant colors, the scent of saffron and incense swirling in the air. It was a tapestry of human experience, yet within it, a void, a chasm where passion clashed with despair. And there, in the shadows, lay Armin, an architect whose heart beat for the stories that buildings could tell. He wandered the streets, searching for inspiration among the ruins of forgotten dreams. "I remember," he sighed, leaning against a crumbling wall, the stories whispered between the bricks. Each structure was a testament, a chronicle of love and defeat, yet his own dreams felt like dust in the wind. Architecture was not merely stone and mortar, it was the soul's yearning, the echo of laughter, the poignant absence of love lost. But in the frenzy of the cultural renaissance, his vision was eclipsed. The lines blurred, and the beauty he sought became a battleground for prestige. and as day turned to dusk, the shadows stretched long, intertwining the fates of Mina, Cave, and Amun. A silent storm brewed within each of them, a longing for connection, a desire to break free from the chains of expectation. The walls of the mosque echoed their collective turmoil, reverberating with the weight of their dreams. I remember, Mina's voice trembled, the words heavy, when art meant something. Her memories were a kaleidoscope of colors, a fleeting glimpse of laughter shared with her father amidst the chaos of creation. But now, that laughter was a haunting melody, a phantom that echoed through her heart, a reminder of what could never be. Cave's chiseling grew frantic, every strike against the marble felt like an attempt to carve out his struggles, to shape a world that recognized his worth. I remember, he breathed, when art was the language of the soul, when it spoke of joy instead of competition. But the fear of failure loomed large, a specter that whispered in his ear, urging him to conform, to conform. Amun watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in crimson hues. I remember, he mused, the stories that lay dormant in these stones. But how could he give voice to the voiceless when his own heart was cloaked in uncertainty? The beauty of architecture had become a prison, and he was merely a warden, shackled by his ambition. As twilight enveloped the city, the three were drawn together, like moths to a flame, each seeking solace, each yearning for understanding. In the sacred embrace of the mosque, they exchanged glances heavy with unspoken words, hearts thrumming in unison. I remember, Mina initiated, her voice trembling with unrestrained fervor, when hope was more than just a flickering candle. It was a small rebellion, a spark ignited within the darkness. Cave responded with a nod, his chiseling now forgotten. He stepped closer, feeling the warmth of her presence, the pull of connection. I remember, Cave echoed, when our art was our own. The walls around them seemed to lean in, listening, as if the spirits of ages past were holding their breath. I remember, Amun joined, feeling the swell of camaraderie, the beauty that comes from collaboration, from sharing our burdens. The moonlight streamed through the colored glass, illuminating their faces, casting shadows as intricate as their dreams. Their voices intertwined, a tapestry of shared struggles and aspirations, binding them together in a moment that transcended time. As they stood in the heart of the mosque, a sanctuary cloaked in the whispers of generations, they realized, this was not merely about art, it was a rebirth, a chance to redefine their legacies. Outside, the city thrummed with life, oblivious to the quiet revolution sparked within the mosque's embrace. Yet, within this sacred space, they felt the stirrings of a cultural renaissance, a resurrection born from pain, passion, and an unwavering desire to create. And the echoes of their hearts became a symphony, one that would resonate through the ages, a haunting reminder that beauty, raw and unfiltered, could rise from the depths of despair. The night held its breath as the three souls stood united, ready to forge a path through the darkness, to paint the future with the colors of their dreams. Time wove on, and outside, the moon hung heavy, a silent witness to the rebirth, a cosmic reminder that amidst the chaos of existence, art would always find a way to breathe, to live, to love. The sun dipped below the jagged horizon, casting long shadows that whispered of blood and ambition. A lone figure, Zoroastrian flames dancing in her eyes, stood at the gates of Ctesiphon, the heart of the Sasanian Empire, as a storm brewed both in the heavens and within her soul. Sherry, daughter of a once great noble, felt the weight of history pressing down, a palpable force that threatened to crush her spirit. Clouds roiled above, an ominous tapestry of grey swirling like the chaos in her heart. She could almost taste the impending conflict, a metallic tang that ignited a fire in her chest. I remember the stories, she whispered to the wind, the tales of kings who rose and fell like the tide. Her breath caught as the air thickened around her. It felt as if history itself was holding its breath, waiting for a reckoning. What did she know of power? What did she know of the throne that loomed above them all, shining like a siren, luring the ambitious into its depths? She clenched her fists, the nails biting into her palm, a reminder of the pain that forged her resolve. Across the sweltering expanse of the city, Borom stood on a balcony atop the grand palace, the weight of the crown heavy against his brow. The crown! It glimmered under the dying light, a jewel that promised glory but whispered of betrayal. Borom was a warrior, carved from the stone of his ancestors, yet inside him churned a tempest of uncertainty. Was he ready for the mantle of leadership? The memories of his father's last, desperate breath filled the space around him, the way the light dimmed in his eyes, leaving only shadows behind. "I can't be him," he muttered, the words barely rising above the fluttering of flags in the evening breeze. "I can't bear this burden." But the throne was calling, with its sweet, seductive voice, a voice that echoed in the chambers of his mind. He took a deep breath, hoping to steady his racing heart, but the air was thick with smoke and the scent of jasmine, memories of fleeting happiness that danced just out of reach. "I remember," he began, as if conjuring the strength of his lineage. "The laughter, the warmth, what is that worth without power?" The walls had ears, shadows flitted past, thick with secrets, and in that moment, an unwelcome presence loomed behind him. It was Khosrow, his closest ally, yet his most dangerous rival. Khosrow, with his piercing gaze that seemed to see right through Borom's struggle, stepped forward. "Brother," he intoned, his voice a smooth blade, "you hesitate. In this game, hesitation is death." The tension crackled between them, an electric current as their fates entwined like vines choking a tree. "I'm not afraid of death," Borom shot back, his voice low but filled with fire. "I fear a life devoid of meaning." The words hung in the air like a fog, alive with desperation, each syllable pulsing with the unrelenting truth of his conflict. He was trapped, a marionette swaying on the strings of duty, loyalty, and ambition. Outside, the city breathed, a living entity filled with whispered rumors and the echo of clashing swords. The scent of incense mixed with fear as families gathered in their homes, hearts pounding with the knowledge that war was imminent. The night wrapped around them like a cloak, heavy and suffocating, but Sherry stood resolute, her spirit a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "the day the stars fell. My father spoke of a vision, of a time when we would rise again, stronger than before." Each word was a mantra, a prayer that twisted in her chest, igniting a longing for a future she could mold. But the past echoed too loudly, echoes of betrayal and blood. Sherry thought of her mother, whose laughter had faded into the shadows after her father's execution, a memory tainted by grief and rage. "I can't let them take this from me," she vowed, her heart thundering against her ribs like a trapped beast, desperate to escape and claim its rightful place. "Do you hear that?" Khosrow's voice sliced through the tension like a knife. "The drums of war are beating." Borom turned sharply, the weight of his indecision crashing down. "What will it be?" Khosrow pressed, eyes gleaming like daggers. "Will you rise and seize your destiny, or will you wait for fate to decide for you?" In that moment, time fractured, splintered like the ancient stones of the palace. Borom saw flashes of his father's face, the weight of legacy pressing down, the countless eyes that would watch him, judge him. And Sherry, with her fierce determination, felt the pulse of the Empire coursing through her veins, a reminder that her own fate was intertwined with the man standing before her. Together, she breathed, a raw honesty in her tone. "We can change it all." The silence that followed was laden with unspoken promises, the air thick with the scent of impending chaos. They were each other's salvation and destruction, bound by ambition, forged in conflict. As the first clash of swords rang out in the distance, the storm finally broke, rain pouring down in torrents, drenching the earth, washing away the past. But the scars remained, memory etched into their very souls. They were warriors now, caught in the haunting dance of power and betrayal, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of an empire on the brink of rebirth. With every drop of rain that splattered against ancient stones, the world spun on, oblivious to their turmoil, yet profoundly connected to their fate. The Sasanian Empire was alive, a beast awakening from a long slumber, and its roar could be heard in the hearts of its people, fierce and unyielding, ready to claim its place in the annals of history. But as the night deepened, the shadows whispered of treachery, and even the brightest flames could be extinguished by the winds of fate. The confrontation loomed, inevitable as the stars above bore witness, a cosmic dance of ambition and desire, of light and darkness entwined in an eternal struggle, the very essence of existence. And in that moment, they stood at the precipice, the world trembling beneath their feet, ready to plunge into the abyss of their own making. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke rising from the ashes of a once great city. It was dusk, the sun bleeding out on the horizon, casting shadows that clung desperately to every stone and every heart. I stood on the edge of destruction, eyes locked on the distant silhouette of the Persian army, a tide of terror advancing like a storm cloud, relentless and insatiable. They were not just soldiers, they were the ghosts of every conflict that had ever stained this land. My heart thundered like the war drums that echoed from the hills, a rhythm of impending doom. I remember the first time I held a sword, the weight of it feeling like destiny in my hands. But today, it was a burden, a reminder of the man I had sworn to protect. Marcus, my brother, stood beside me, fire in his eyes, but I could see the flicker of doubt. "We can hold them," he said, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. But in that moment, it felt like a prayer spoken into the void, to a god that might have turned his back on us. And then there was Layla. Fierce and unwavering, she had spent countless nights under the stars, dreaming of a life unchained from the shackles of war. But the war had come for her, too, like a thief in the night, stealing away her dreams. "We fight, or we die," she asserted, her fists clenched, every syllable a weapon. Her determination was a wildfire, but I could see the fear smoldering beneath. Her brother had fallen to the Persian blades only weeks before, and yet here she stood, a beacon in the darkness, refusing to let despair extinguish her light. The ground trembled as the enemy approached, and the air thickened with the scent of iron and sweat, the taste of fear. I could hear it, the whispers of fate swirling around us, taunting, teasing. "Do you remember the stories they told us?" Marcus asked, his voice cracking like the branches of the trees that bordered our camp. "The heroes who faced insurmountable odds." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the notion, but the echoes of those stories filled my mind, gods and monsters, betrayals and victories. What was to become of us? The first clash of steel was like thunder splitting the sky, a sound so visceral it reverberated through my bones. We charged into the fray, the battlefield morphing into a chaotic swirl of rage and desperation. I could feel every heartbeat, each pulse a reminder of mortality, each breath a gamble. Marcus fought like a lion, ferocious and wild, carving paths through the enemy ranks. But I was lost in the tides of combat, a helpless leaf swept away by the storm, searching for meaning in the madness. Layla, too, became a force of nature. I watched as she wielded her dagger with the precision of a master, each movement a dance of defiance against the Persian onslaught. And yet, every strike she landed felt like a dagger to her own heart, a tribute to the brother she could not save. Ghosts danced around her, whispering of loss, and I wondered what haunted her more, the fear of losing her life or the memory of losing him. The battle raged, a cacophony of screams and the clangor of metal, but in that chaos, time unraveled. I could feel it slipping through my fingers, each moment stretching into infinity. I remembered the laughter we had shared, sitting around fires under the stars, the stories spun from the fabric of dreams. But those stars were now shrouded in smoke, and the laughter was replaced by the desperate cries of men, our brothers, our fathers, our friends. "Stay close!" I yelled, but the words slipped away, lost in the maelstrom. I turned and saw Marcus, surrounded, a wall of enemy soldiers closing in like wolves on a wounded deer. Panic clawed at my throat, a beast threatening to swallow me whole. I ran, the world narrowing to just him, my brother, my lifeline. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out the chaos, an insistent drumbeat urging me onward. With each step, I felt the weight of our family's legacy pressing down on me, the knowledge that failure was not an option. I remembered our mother's stories, her sacrifices, the warmth of her embrace. "We are stronger than they think," she used to say, her hands cradling our faces, instilling in us a sense of unity, a bond forged in blood and love. But here, in this moment, I questioned everything. I reached Marcus just as a Persian soldier raised his sword, intent on ending my brother's life. Time slowed. My vision narrowed. I lunged, the world exploding in shards of light and sound. Steel struck steel, a shower of sparks illuminating the darkness, and in that instant, I felt the fragility of life, the sharp edge of fate. "Why do we fight?" I gasped, grappling with the enemy, breathing heavily, the stench of sweat and blood surrounding us like a shroud. For glory? For honor? But in my heart, I already knew the answer. We fought for each other, for the flickering flame of hope that refused to be snuffed out. The clashing of swords rang like a funeral bell. I saw Layla in the distance, her movements fluid yet fraught with desperation, and I knew she was fighting not just for survival but for every dream that had been shattered by this endless cycle of hatred. The shadows lengthened, time spiraling as the battlefield turned into a canvas painted with desperation and determination. As the fighting surged and ebbed around us, I felt the weight of sadness pressing down, the ghosts of those lost whispering in the corners of my mind. A thought simmered beneath the chaos, a truth wrapped in the anguish we all bore. This war was not just about lands or power, it was about love. Love that held us together even when the world threatened to tear us apart. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped us, and I could feel the rattle of my own breath, the suffocating grip of fear. There was no end in sight, just the relentless march of time, the coming of night, and the weight of decisions that would change everything. The war raged on, and we were caught in its tide. I would remember this moment, the clash of empires, the heartache, the desperation, and the flicker of hope that refused to die. I would remember the shadows that danced around us, the echoes of our dreams whispering in the void. We fought, not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. And as the battle continued, a single thought burned brightly in my chest: we must endure. We must persist. We will not be forgotten. The night was thick with shadows, as if the very air held its breath, and in that suffocating silence, I found myself in the heart of an ancient city, a crumbling bastion of stone and secrets. A lone candle flickered in a dimly lit chamber, its fragile flame dancing like a desperate heartbeat. Outside, the whispers of Zoroastrian hymns drifted through the streets, tracing ghostly patterns in the chill of night. They spoke of a cosmic battle, of light against dark, hope against despair, and somewhere within that clash, I felt the weight of my own restless spirit. I remember, his name was Darius. A scholar, a seeker, he was both maddeningly brilliant and painfully flawed. His eyes held the spark of truth, yet they were clouded by doubt, caught in the web of a faith that seemed to splinter with every question he dared to ask. In the flickering candlelight, I watched as he traced the ancient symbols of Ahura Mazda in the dust, the weight of his lineage, a lineage heavy with expectation and despair, settling on his shoulders like a shroud. "Is it all a lie?" he whispered, voice trembling with the urgency of a man dangling over the abyss. "Do we worship the light, or are we just shadows cast by our own fears?" His fear clawed at my insides, the palpable tension making it hard to breathe. I had come to him, seeking answers, but all I found was the echoes of his torment. In his uncertainty, I glimpsed my own. The world felt like a pendulum swinging widely between chaos and order, and I was caught in its dizzying rhythm, an observer, a participant, a trembling heart caught in the crossfire of fate. Across the room, there was Lola. She stood like a tempest, fierce and defiant, her spirit as untamed as the flames that flickered in the hearth. Her laughter was a storm, wild and uncontrollable, yet underneath it lay the scars of loss, a family torn apart by zealotry and dogma. She had watched as their beliefs consumed them, leaving her to pick up the pieces of a shattered past. Every syllable she uttered carried the weight of her grief, her anger simmering just below the surface, ready to ignite. "Darius, do you not see?" she implored, gripping his arm with a fierceness that belied her vulnerability. "This world is a battlefield, and we are the soldiers. Zoroastrianism teaches us to fight for what is right, to embrace the light. But how can we fight when we are shackled by our own doubts?" Her anger pulsed in the air, a raw, electric current that threatened to consume us both. I felt my heart race, caught between their fervent clash, the passion of faith against the cold steel of skepticism. Each word was a dagger, each sentiment a soul laid bare. In that moment, I realized the struggle was not just theirs, it was a universal fight for meaning, for understanding, for a flicker of hope in a world riddled with darkness. The candle sputtered, casting erratic shadows that danced like ghosts across the walls. I glanced out the window, where the moon hung heavy, a silent witness to our turmoil. The streets below were alive, lovers entwined in the alleyways, children playing in the glow of distant torches, the pulse of life unrelenting. And yet, in that vibrant chaos, I felt the stark division, the divide between those who believed and those who questioned, the schism that Zoroastrianism had etched into the very fabric of existence. "Do you remember the stories?" Darius murmured, his voice barely above a whisper.
The tales of light and dark? Of the eternal struggle?
They shaped us, mold us into what we are. But are we merely characters in a cosmic play, or do we have the power to write our own endings? His question hung in the air like an unanswered prayer. I felt the answer clawing at my insides, a truth so profound it could shatter worlds. Yes, we were shaped by our beliefs, by our struggles, but we were also the architects of our own destinies. In that moment, the weight of their conflicts became a mirror reflecting my own, a realization that ignited a fierce flame within me. Lola's gaze flickered between us, an unspoken understanding bridging the chasm of our emotional turmoil. Then let us write a new story, she said, her voice steady, fierce. Let our faith not be a prison, but a weapon against the darkness. Let it be a light that guides us forward, not shackles that hold us back. In that room, under the glowing gaze of the moon, we forged a fragile bond, a triad of hearts intertwined by faith, doubt, rage, and hope. We were the echoes of ancient beliefs, the remnants of a faith that once shaped civilizations. Yet, even as we faced the future, shadows loomed large, whispering the doubts that clung to every decision, every belief we dared to hold. Outside, the city throbbed with life, but within those walls, we were in a world of our own, a crucible of emotions, raw and unrefined, boiling over with intensity. I felt the fear of losing ourselves in the tide of history, the terror of drowning in the very beliefs that had once offered salvation. The shadows danced, the candle flickered, and in that fragile light, we were alive, lost, seeking, striving for something greater than ourselves. And just as the tension reached its peak, the door slammed open, a gust of cold air sweeping through the room. Outside, the night was alive with the sound of footsteps, voices raised in fervor. They were the followers of a new faith, a rising storm that threatened to drown out the whispers of the past. The flickering light cast ominous shapes on the walls, and our hearts raced as shadows of uncertainty began to close in around us. As the chaos outside reached a fever pitch, we knew we were on the precipice of something monumental. Our beliefs, our struggles, our very lives hung in the balance. The candle guttered, casting a final flicker of light, and for a moment, we were suspended in time, on the brink of a confrontation that would echo through the ages. In that heartbeat, I realized we were part of something larger, a narrative woven through the fabric of history, where the influence of Zoroastrianism lingered like a ghost, haunting the edges of our consciousness. Its ideals of duality, the eternal conflict of light and dark, breathed life into our struggles, pulling us into a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. The night felt infinite, and as the shadows converged, I held on to the fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could emerge from the chaos into the dawn, reborn in the fire of our convictions, ready to fight the battles that lay ahead. In that moment, everything felt possible, and the stories we would tell, of light, of struggle, of love, would transcend time, echoing through the ages, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. The air hung thick, like the heaviness of a long-buried secret, as I stood on the bustling streets of Baghdad. My heart raced, blood pounding in my ears, the scent of spices mingled with the smoke of cooking fires, sharp and unyielding. I spotted him, the merchant, his eyes glinting like the steel of a dagger, a man straddling two worlds. His name was Jamil, a man with a smile that could charm the sun but a heart heavy with unspeakable burdens. His laughter echoed in the market square, a hollow sound that belied the shadows swirling behind him. I remember the moment he turned to me, the flicker of fear in his gaze. "They are coming," he whispered, voice trembling like an autumn leaf caught in a storm. The weight of his words settled like a charged silence in my chest, a prelude to chaos. I remember the way the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that clawed at the cobblestones, whispering tales of betrayal and blood. Then there was Layla, a silk weaver with hands as delicate as the threads she spun. She stood by a loom, fingers dancing over the fabric, a tapestry of dreams and nightmares interwoven. But those dreams felt so distant, her eyes were haunted, as if she could see the threads of fate unraveling around her. "What if they come for me?" she asked, her voice a thin thread ready to snap. The air crackled with the tension of unspoken fears, the very universe holding its breath. Jamil and Layla moved through their world like ghosts, haunted by the trade routes that wove east to west, binding them in a web of commerce and conflict. The caravans, those long serpents of commerce, stretched across the desert, laden with treasures and terror, held together by a fragile hope that shimmered like the sun on the horizon. But the winds of change were blowing, carrying whispers of darkness that threatened to consume everything they loved. As I stood there, heart racing, I recalled stories of the Silk Road, the pulse of empires beating in its veins. Caravans that once filled these streets with music and laughter were now silenced, their drivers cloaked in fear. A shadow passed overhead, casting a pall over the vibrancy of the market. I could feel the unease, a collective breath held tight in the throats of those who knew the cost of survival. "Do you think they know?" Layla's voice trembled. "The ones who trade silver for blood?" I couldn't answer. Each piece of silk she wove was a prayer, a plea for safety in a world that felt increasingly hostile. The threads whispered secrets, stories of those who had vanished, leaving nothing but echoes in their wake. From the shadows, murmurs of conflict crept closer, and I could almost taste the fear on my tongue, an acrid bitterness that seeped into my soul. The trade networks that once connected hearts were becoming the noose that threatened to strangle them. "I remember a time when laughter filled these streets," Jamil said, looking out over the throng of merchants and customers, his smile now a ghost of what it used to be. "Now, they speak of war, and the peddlers of fear have taken hold." It was all too much, the weight of their despair wrapping around me like a shroud. I felt the urgency bubbling beneath the surface, the sense that something had to give. The air thickened with the promise of confrontation, the kind that would change everything, leaving scars like ancient battlefields etched in the earth. I could feel the clock ticking, each second echoing a countdown to chaos. The sun dipped lower, casting an orange glow as tension curled around us like smoke. "What if we leave?" Layla whispered, her eyes wide with hope. "What if we take the route through the mountains?" But Jamil's laughter held no mirth. "And where would we go? The world is too small for those who wish to escape." I felt that truth in my bones, a haunting melody that played in the distance. The world felt vast yet suffocating, each road leading to another trap, another loss. As night fell, the shadows grew bolder, and I could almost hear the distant sound of drums, a reminder that danger was alive, lurking, waiting. In the market, voices began to rise, panic threading through the crowd like a needle through fabric. The weight of uncertainty wrapped around me tighter, squeezing out all the air. I clenched my fists, feeling the pulse of fear deep within my veins. I could sense the shift, the moment when the tide of fate turned, the gossamer threads of their lives intertwining and tangling in a fray of desperation. "Jamil!" I called out, my voice cutting through the rising chaos. He turned, eyes wide, and in that moment, I saw everything, the vulnerability, the fight, the deep-rooted love he had for Layla, and the silent promise he carried to protect her, even if it meant sacrificing his own soul. "You can't let fear dictate your fate." But as I spoke, I knew how hollow my words sounded, as if I were trying to pull light into the dark, trying to stave off the inevitable. The crowd surged, panic igniting like a spark in kindling. Voices screamed, feet pounded against the earth, and I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a warning of the chaos that was about to unfold. And then I saw them, figures cloaked in darkness, moving with an unsettling grace, intent on unraveling the fragile bonds that held this place together. My heart raced further, a wild drum beating against the walls of my chest. "Run!" I screamed, but the word felt feeble, like a breath against a hurricane. Jamil grabbed Layla's hand, their eyes locking in a shared understanding, a bond formed through years of dreams and fears. They turned to me, our faces etched with resolve, still wrapped in fragility. The world around us exploded with sound, a cacophony of fear and fury, every heartbeat echoing the struggle for survival. The streets had become a canvas for chaos, painted with desperation and hope. Shadows danced on walls, twisting and turning, as time stretched and contracted in a cruel game of fate. I remember the moment they vanished into the throng, swallowed by the chaos, and the last image of them burned into my mind, their determination igniting like stars in the night. I was left standing in the storm, an observer of a world unraveling, a witness to the relentless tide of history crashing against the fragile shores of humanity. But even as the darkness closed in, I held on to that flicker of hope, a belief that connections forged in fire could withstand the coldest of nights. As the chaos erupted around me, I knew this was just the beginning, the opening act of a play written in shadows and light, of love and loss, of dreams and despair. And somewhere, between the cries of anguish and the whispers of courage, a story was waiting to unfold, an unyielding testament to the bonds that would stretch across the ages, binding the East and West in a tapestry of resilience that would echo through time itself. The moon hung low over the cobblestones of Paris, casting shadows that twisted like whispers between the arches. It was one of those nights that trembled with anticipation, where the air itself felt charged, like the lingering residue of a forgotten fight. A figure darted through the alleys, heart pounding like war drums in a silent battlefield, breath heavy with the scent of sweat and desperation. I remember that night. Oh, how could I forget? The year was 1715, the scent of intrigue thick enough to choke on, and the weight of history pressed against my chest like a stone. Lolle, a diplomat's daughter, her dark hair spilling like ink over her shoulders, felt time slipping through her fingers. She didn't belong in this world of men and power, yet here she was, a chess piece on an unforgiving board that stretched from Persia to the courts of Europe. She carried the burden of her father's legacy, a man whose silken words had once swayed kings and queens, whose presence was now merely a ghost haunting her every step. "Father," she whispered into the void, "what would you say if you saw me now?" The question echoed, unanswered, as she navigated the labyrinth of shadows and secrets. Then there was Armen, her childhood friend, a man shaped by both ambition and guilt. Each stride he took felt like a betrayal of the bond they once shared. "The Persians are not meant to be here," he had told her once, his voice a mixture of admiration and fear. Now, standing in the embrace of a city that pulsed with life, he was caught in a vice of conflicting loyalties. Did he serve his country, or did he protect the woman who had become his heart's echo? The tension between them was electric, crackling in the air, a storm neither dared to confront. The council meeting loomed, a gathering of thinkers shrouded in arrogance and power, but Lolle felt more ready than ever. She had spent her days rehearsing her speech, her heart a drumbeat of hope and dread. As she approached the grand hall, she could almost taste the weight of history in the air, thick with the promise of betrayal. The tapestries on the walls whispered of ancient ties, of treaties traded like coins, of blood spilled over the ambitions of men. They bathed once a year, a thought flitted through her mind, absurd and biting, so yeah, romance was earthy. Lolle stepped into the grand chamber, an opulent theatre of ambition and deceit. Her heart raced as she locked eyes with Armen, whose expression teetered between admiration and fear, as if he were beholding a spectre rather than a woman. But in that moment, she was both. She was the past and the future, the hopes of her lineage and the weight of expectation. "I remember," she thought, the memories flooding her with urgency, "when we dreamt of changing the world." But those dreams often felt like shards of glass, beautiful yet cutting. The council members, seated like vultures on their thrones of velvet, awaited her words. "I stand here not just as a voice of Persia," she began, her voice trembling slightly but rising like a flame, "but as a bridge," the room stilled, eyes narrowing, curiosity mingling with skepticism. "A bridge between our worlds, fraught with misunderstanding and potential." She felt the heat of their disdain, how they scoffed at her audacity. But she pressed on, drawing strength from the depths of her lineage, the legacy of her father intertwining with her very being. Armen watched, a battle raging within him, a tempest of loyalty and desire. "What are you doing, Lolle?" His heart screamed, even as he sat silent, a prisoner of his own choices. They had danced around their feelings for too long, like moths drawn to a flame. But now, in this chamber thick with history, they faced a reckoning. He could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the fear of inadequacy, and it stirred something deep within him. Would he rise to protect her? Or would he let the tides of fate carry them both away? Is this how we honor our past? Lolle's voice rose, piercing the silence, raw with emotion. Is this how we honor the blood spilled in battles fought for peace? The air crackled with tension, the room electric with unspoken truths. She could feel the weight of their gazes, the judgment, the condescension, yet she stood firm, her soul sculpted by generations who fought for what was right. And then came the moment. The council's leader, an old man with a gaze as cold as winter's breath, leaned forward, contempt etched in every wrinkle. "What do you know of diplomacy, Girl, he spat, venom coating his words. You are but a child playing at politics. A hush fell over the room, an oppressive silence that splintered like glass underfoot. Lole's heart thrummed like a war drum, fear, anger, determination swirling together in a cyclone. I know the weight of history, she replied, her voice like steel forged in fire. I know what it means to carry the hopes of those who came before me, and the legacy they left behind. A ripple of surprise passed through the assembly, and for a heartbeat, Armand saw her, truly saw her. She was not just the daughter of a diplomat, she was a force of nature, a tempest that could not be tamed. But as the confrontation built to its peak, shadows loomed larger behind the gilded doors. Outside, men with dark intentions stirred, others who would stop at nothing to see the end of this fragile peace. The clock ticked, a reminder of time slipping away, a countdown to a confrontation that would change everything. The air thickened, anticipation heavy enough to suffocate. In that moment, Lole and Armand shared a glance, a connection that transcended words, a silent understanding that throbbed between them like a living thing. They were caught between the weight of legacy and the spark of rebellion, and the world outside held its breath, waiting for them to decide their fate. And in that charged silence, the future felt as vast as the stars yet eerily close, like an executioner's blade poised to fall. Would they rise to meet it, or would they let the shadows consume them? The answer lingered in the air, tantalizingly out of reach, rippling with the promise of what was yet to come. Time, and the choices they made now, would reverberate through the ages, shaping the legacy of Persian diplomacy that would echo through the annals of history, leaving an indelible mark on the world. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and stifling, clinging to the throat like a bad memory. I stood in the heart of what had once been a thriving village, now reduced to ruins, crumbling walls that whispered of laughter and light, now swallowed by shadows. The clash of steel echoed in the distance, a symphony of chaos that rose and fell like a heartbeat, a reminder that life was still a fierce struggle, even in death's embrace. The sun hung low in the sky, drenched in a blood-red hue, casting an eerie glow over everything, a celestial omen, perhaps, of what was to come. My heart raced as I moved through the wreckage, each step a reminder of the precariousness of existence. I remembered my mother's hands, weathered yet gentle, as she prepared the evening meal in our modest home. I remember the smell of fresh-baked bread, the warmth of her laughter wrapping around us like a protective cloak. But as I walked through this forsaken land, the echoes of joy faded, replaced by the screams of the dying and the wails of the lost. I was no longer just a villager, I was a ghost haunting the ruins of my own memories. And then, there was him, Arosh. His fierce eyes burned with a fire that belied the chaos around us. He was a soldier, one of their finest, loved and feared in equal measure, his reputation as a warrior making him both a local hero and a source of dread. I had loved him once, in the way that young hearts fall for the brightest stars, but the light had dimmed, leaving only a shadow of what we had been. Now, he stood defiant, sword raised, a solitary figure against the encroaching Persian army, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. Stay back! His voice cut through the din, raw and desperate, baring his soul. This is our home. You will not take it. The ground trembled beneath our feet as the Persian forces advanced, an unstoppable tide of armored giants whose very presence sent chills racing down my spine. The clash of their shields was thunder, their battle cries a haunting dirge. Arosh was fighting not just for survival, but for everything we had been, families, laughter, love, memories, all collapsing like the buildings around us. I felt a tug deep within, the pull of duty and loyalty clashing with the raw desire to escape. My sister, Layla, was trapped somewhere amid the ruins, her laughter silenced by the chaos. I could not leave her. I would not. And yet, fear clawed at my insides, a relentless beast gnawing at the edges of my resolve. The Persians were not just conquerors, they were a storm, and I was but a leaf, swirling in their wake, powerless against the inevitable. Nima, our neighbor, once full of life and mischief, now lay crumpled on the ground, eyes wide and unseeing. I recalled the day he had stolen my bread, only to share half with me later, laughing until our sides hurt. I remembered how young we were, how we had believed the world was ours to shape, and just like that, it was gone. I could almost hear him whisper through the silence, urging me to fight, to remember that life was precious, even amidst the wreckage. The Persian banners unfurled in the wind, vibrant colors that mocked our despair. Their warriors surged forward, each step a reminder that they had come not just to conquer, but to erase our identities, our hopes, our dreams. I watched Arosh, his frame silhouetted against the inferno of destruction, his defiance a flicker of light in the overwhelming dark. How could he fight, knowing the odds were stacked against him? How could he challenge the very embodiment of fate? And yet, there he was, refusing to bend, a testament to the will of the human spirit. The sound of metal on metal shattered my reverie, a brutal symphony that pulled me back to the present. I could see him now, wrestling with despair, every swing of his sword a prayer, a plea for mercy in a world that had none to offer. My heart pounded in rhythm with his strikes, a desperate dance of life and death. Time twisted in on itself, and I felt every moment stretch into eternity, the weight of our predicament pressing down with unbearable intensity. "Layla!" I cried, my voice cracking as I searched frantically for her among the chaos. Each breath felt heavy, laden with dread. I could sense the world closing in, the walls of time and space constricting around me. I had to find her. I had to cling to something real, something untouched by this madness. My legs moved of their own accord, driven by an urgency that surged through my veins like wildfire. In this maelstrom of destruction, my thoughts spiraled, tangled in the threads of what we had lost. I remembered the stories my father told, tales of heroes and gods who walked among us, of battles fought not just with swords but with ideals. What had those ideals meant when faced with the relentless march of history? What did valor and bravery mean when the ground beneath our feet crumbled into dust? I caught a glimpse of her, a flicker through the smoke, her small frame huddled behind the remnants of a broken wall. "Layla!" I rushed toward her, each heartbeat an echo of urgency. She looked up, eyes wide and frightened, the innocence of childhood shattered by the harshness of reality. I enveloped her in my arms, feeling the warmth of her small body against the coldness of the world around us. In that moment, everything felt both fragile and eternal, the bond of blood, the fight to survive, the haunting beauty of love laid bare against the backdrop of annihilation. But the world was relentless. The Persian forces closed in, and I could sense the suffocating weight of despair encroaching. Arosh fought on, a warrior caught in a tempest, but even the fiercest of storms must bow to the winds of fate. I felt the darkness creeping in, a reminder that no matter how intensely we fought, life could twist and turn like a blade, and we were merely players in a grand, cruel play. I clutched Layla tighter, promising in hushed tones that we would find a way through this, that light would break through the darkness once again. But even as I spoke, I felt it, a creeping doubt, an understanding that perhaps the world we longed for was slipping away. The shadows lengthened, swallowing the last remnants of hope. And in that haunting moment, with the scent of smoke mingling with fear and desperation, I understood. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for the very essence of who we were. And so we stood, the three of us, bound together in the eye of the storm, ghosts clinging to life as the Persian tide surged forward, relentless and unyielding. The heart of history beat on, a drum echoing through the ages, reminding us that great battles are not only fought on fields of war but within the human soul. As the ground trembled beneath us, I knew, this was just the beginning. The air hung thick with the weight of history, a palpable tension threading through the ancient streets of Paris. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over cobblestones where countless feet had tread, each step echoing a story long forgotten. I stood at the crossroads of time, where the past whispered in the rustle of leaves, an eerie reminder of what was lost. A chill ran down my spine, it felt like the ghosts of empires were watching, waiting. "Do you ever wonder if we're cursed?" whispered Sarah, her voice barely more than a tremor in the cool evening air. She stood beside me, her dark eyes searching mine, a flicker of fear igniting the ancient spark of our shared history. The weight of her words clung to the air, heavier than the scent of rain-soaked earth. Something in her gaze mirrored the turmoil within me, a connection forged in the fires of our ancestors. I remember the stories her grandmother told, stories of Persia's grandeur, of golden palaces and whispered secrets in the night. I remember the way those tales twisted around my heart, as if each syllable was a chain binding me to something I could never truly grasp. The glory of the Persian Empire loomed large, but so did its shadows. We were caught in the ripples of time, echoing across continents, generations, and ideologies. Across the city, a bell tolled, a mournful sound resonating like the heartbeat of a long-dead king. I turned my gaze to the sprawling silhouette of the Louvre, a labyrinth of stolen dreams and treasures. Treasures that held the weight of stories untold, of artists and poets, of hearts that beat with passion and pain. It felt wrong, so many lives reduced to artifacts, locked behind glass, their emotions frozen in time. And yet, here we were, two flawed souls seeking meaning in the chaos. "Do you think they know?" I asked, my voice trembling. The artists, the philosophers? The weight of their legacy pressing down on us. I could see the flicker of understanding in Sarah's eyes, her brow furrowing as if grappling with the enormity of the question. We were both haunted by the same spectre, the inescapable truth that our lives were woven from the threads of a tapestry that had long since frayed. Her laughter broke the tension, a strange, almost manic sound that echoed off the ancient walls. "Oh, please. If only they knew how often I hit snooze on my alarm." She shook her head, the absurdity of it all causing her to chuckle despite the heaviness in the air. "They bathed once a year, for crying out loud. How did they ever find love? I mean, what did romance smell like back then? Earthy." I couldn't help but smile, the warmth of her humor cutting through the darkness. But beneath the laughter lay an unspoken truth: we were wrestling with the legacy of empires that had crumbled but never truly faded. The Persian influence seeped into European art and philosophy, a silent whisper guiding brushstrokes and ink, yet the weight of history pressed upon our shoulders like a shroud. A moment passed, an eternity of silence stretched across the cobblestones, the city holding its breath. I glanced at Sarah, her face illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, and in that instant, I saw the ghosts of our ancestors reflected in her features. They too had loved, lost, and fought for their place in the world, yet here we stood, stuck in a cycle of confusion and conflict. "Is it too late?" she asked suddenly, the vulnerability in her voice sending a jolt through me. "To make something of ourselves, to break the chain? Or are we just echoes of their failures?" Her question landed hard, reverberating through me like a drumbeat. I couldn't dismiss it. The clock tower chimed again, and I felt time closing in, suffocating us with the weight of what had come before. What had we really learned from these histories? The lessons woven within the tapestry of Persian artistry and philosophy seemed lost amidst the clamor of modernity, replaced by greed, power, and superficiality. The shadows deepened as darkness fell. I could feel the chill creeping in, wrapping around us like the arms of history, pulling us closer to its heart. "It's never too late," I managed to say, my voice steadier than I felt. "The stories are in us, shaping who we are. We just need to remember." But as those words escaped my lips, the air crackled with unspoken tension. What if remembering meant confronting the darkness? What if our very essence was a battleground of choices shaped by the past? The ghost stirred, and I shivered, as if suddenly aware of their watchful gaze. Did we owe them something? Redemption? Recognition? Or were we doomed to repeat the cycle of ambition and loss, forever chasing a legacy that eluded our grasp? With a sudden intensity, Sarah grabbed my arm, pulling me from my reverie. "Look," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of excitement and fear. Across the square, a street performer twirled, a whirlwind of colors and energy, capturing the attention of passers-by. For a moment, the weight of the past lifted, replaced by the vibrancy of life unfolding before us. Laughter erupted, mingling with the distant strains of music, an intoxicating blend of cultures, echoes of Persia mixing with modern European rhythms. In that fleeting moment, I sensed the pulse of possibility. The intertwined roots of our histories were not merely chains binding us to despair, they were also the threads that could weave a new narrative, one of hope and resilience. Every heartbeat in this city, every laugh, every tear, they were proof that despite the ghosts of the past, we still had the power to shape our story. But as the music swelled, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows lingered just beyond the light, waiting for their moment to strike. The legacy of empire, of conquest and brilliance, loomed large, whispering warnings in the rustle of the leaves. I felt the weight of history bearing down, and I couldn't help but wonder, would we rise, or would we fall like those who came before us? And in that heartbeat of uncertainty, I knew this was just the beginning. The impact of Persian history, a haunting melody threading through our lives, pulsed beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to be felt. As the night deepened, so did the shadows, and I realized the story was far from over. It was merely the echo of a beginning, unfurling into the dark unknown, where the past and present collided, and we stood at the precipice, ready or not.